Welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki. I'm Nikki. I'm finally here. It's been a very, very rough week, to say the very least. But I am finally here. So, just 1 second, folks. This lighting's going to drive me batty. So, I've got to get that fixed before I can continue, and I thought I had it done. Apparently, it just decided to not work all of a sudden. Hello. There we go. I think. Okay. Yeah, that's going to have to work. All right. Okay. I think that's okay. Maybe. 1 second. I knew there was something else that was missing, and of course, where the hell is it? There you are. Alright, gotta have the little lights. There we go. Okay, please let me know if it is actually up and going. Yes, show messages, all. Yeah, let me know if you can hear me, Amy. Oh, yes, thank you. Amy, so tonight's, because people were asking a lot in the last 3 or 4 replays I did about what tonight's topic. So if people start asking, tonight's topic is grieving loss, ETs, paranormal, and quote-unquote unusual things. So if people start asking, there's the list. And I just got told to say the list again. Okay. Grieving loss, comma, ETs, comma, paranormal, comma, unusual things. There we go. Anyway, so tonight I'm going to go ahead and delve right into the grieving part of it, because I've been asked so many times what it's like for me in my grieving because of being a psychic medium. And I know I don't look the greatest tonight, but I'm here and I'm not feeling the greatest and I'm still in pain, but that's just how it is right now. So I'm here. So how does a psychic medium deal with grieving and loss of vast numbers of people in my life? Started when I was, I've always said it started when I was 8 years old, with my great uncle dying. And then I realized the year before was another one of my grandparents' siblings, so it would have started at 7, but I didn't register it at 7. I registered it at 8 years old. Because I remember both my great aunt and my great uncle. But I didn't understand at 7 years old why my great aunt wasn't coming back. Right now we're talking, hey, Quirt? Yeah. So grieving, loss, subjects are paranormal, grieving / loss, comma, paranormal, ETs, and unusual things. So those are the topics tonight. Anyway, so I stopped counting at 30, losing to death, over 35 people. Well, I stopped counting I used to say I stopped counting at 25, but no, we're over 35 people now. Hello, John. Pizzana 288. How many eggs do you have shoved up your arse? Well, isn't that a lovely question? Anyhow. Wow, John, you don't know how to behave in somebody's chat, do you? Let alone be nice. Anyhow, so I have had over 35 die. Many family, a number of friends, a number of acquaintances, but those that were real close to me are way over 25. And the first one that truly hit me, I mean, when my great uncle died, when I was 8 years old, my grandmother, and it's the one thing that I do talk about because it really traumatized me. Putting me in the room, closing the double doors with my great uncle's coffin at 8 years old and being told, I felt like I was shoved in there. I know I was gently pushed, but to me it felt like I was shoved in there, and I didn't know that there was a dead body in the coffin. I knew what a coffin was, but it didn't register with me at 8 years old that there really was a dead body in the coffin. And so when they've got an open casket and you're walking up seeing the man that you saw just a couple of days before, who was alive, granted he wasn't well, but he was alive, to then see him completely motionless, ice cold, it really, say your goodbyes as an 8-year-old. And hello, Philip Blair. No, why did they close you in with the coffin? It was, everybody was supposed to be saying goodbye to my great uncle, to my I can't remember. Oh my God. My uncle. So it was my grandfather's brother. I have to think about that every single dang time. So in answer to your question, Philip, it was my grandmother's belief that that's what you did. You go in, say your peaceful goodbyes, collect yourself, and come back out. And that's not what my mother would have done. My grandmother was very much against my mom, to say the least. And, well, considering she's one of the few people that stood up to my grandmother. That's a whole nother subject. But, yeah, that's a whole nother subject. As much as I loved my grandmother, I have issues with her. But anyway, and she knows that, and we have not worked it through. But my point being is that grieving can take its toll. Whether it's from a young age, or you're in your 30s for the first time experiencing it because somebody you love or a close friend that you dearly care for is gone. So it becomes really difficult to deal with the emotions. The one that hit me the hardest was 2 years later when my grandmother died. 3 years. 3 years later when my 3 years later when my grandmother died. And so, I always say I was 10, but I was 11. 68, 78. Yeah, I was 11. She died in 79. So, that's the one that took me all the way up until I was about 32, 33 years old, before I finally released a lot of that little kid viewpoint, I suppose I would say, about death, because of how things happened and how close I was to my mom's mom, to my grandmother. Um, um, Man Steel W7S. Are you American? Yes, I am. Philip, was he wearing nice mortuary makeup so he didn't look too scary? Um, I think he was. Uh, let's just put it this way. He wasn't like a gray undertone paste that a dead body looks like. And the only reason why I know that is because of seeing my grandfather, my mom's dad, when he had passed. When they say the life literally goes out of a person, when I saw my mom die last year, in February of last year, the skin reacts when our family was there with my mom when she died. I find it really interesting how the skin reacts in color so fast. Within 5 minutes there's a shift. Within 30 minutes, you talk about blood flow and how important blood. Wow. A lot of things really hit me because of my mom dying regarding the physical aspect and how we really are shells in this body. Because when my mom died last year, the room was so filled with other side family. It was just absolutely incredible. And the interesting thing, the other thing that I wanted to comment on is that when I was that 8-year-old little kid in that mortuary where they were doing the service, and they had the double doors and all of that, and being closed in there, being put in there, and then the doors being closed so you could have your private time with your uncle. And I'm like, huh? That's a whole nother subject. But anyway, it took me the longest time to walk up to that coffin. But, I mean, hello. The fact that I could and didn't go running out of there, I think curiosity got me more than anything. But looking back at everything from the kid's point of view, my uncle, when you looked at his hands, Philip, the hands were like this. I want to call it like a pallor, but that's not the right word. It's kind of like a gray undertone to the skin. It's not like this pink or anything like that. And it really, the room felt alive to me. It didn't feel dead. And I don't know how else to explain that, but as a little kid who was a psychic, who at 7 years old couldn't see the spirits anymore because of the moment that at 7 years old, an ET who I had begged them to show me, themselves, and they did. And I kind of lost my ever-loving 7-year-old little minds lost my mind over that. Because you have something that looks like similar to a human body, butt ass naked in front of you that's 7, 8 feet tall, looking like a reptilian, and you're screaming your freaking head off. That shut down a lot of my what I used to be able to see. And so what I felt though was that even though that the room was physically empty except for me and this dead body who was at one time my great uncle. The skin is very different, and we really are shells. This body is really a shell for us, and it gets quite wild when you start thinking about that. I've known so many people that have crossed over. Matter of fact, there were 3 women on the 20th that have all, well, they didn't all cross over on the 20th, but they all had birthdays on the 20th. And all 3 of them are on the other side. And all I could think of on that day was how much I missed each individual woman, because they were wonderful people. And their families, their biological families, they all miss them. And you know, I know Mom appreciated me saying happy birthday to her, and I could feel it from the others. I don't know how else to say that. I could just feel it from them. So when we cross, there's a tremendous physical loss to us. And a lot of people do not believe that when you die, that's just it. I don't know it that way. I know it where it... Oh, that's interesting. We got 2112 on the numbers. I know it to where we go on in our soul's life, in our essence that comes out of our body when we die, when our consciousness leaves the body. It's all connected. The conscious mind is connected to the soul. The soul is connected via a soul cord to our physical body. And that cord is what keeps us hardcore connected. And when you go in astral, you're still attached to your body via your higher consciousness, but at a different level of consciousness. And it's one of the reasons and one of the ways that we can do higher consciousness work. It's also one of the ways that we can do like I talked about, astral travel or remote view or things of that nature. It's all part of that higher consciousness ability. It's all part of that soul package, so to speak. So when you talk about color, Philip, how or why, I can't remember exactly what the question was at the moment. Mortuary makeup, that's what it was. So I didn't look scary. Yeah, I didn't have any of that with my mom. Others left and I stayed with my mom's body until the mortuary came and picked her up. I don't know how else to say that. And they were so respectful. Unlike something I will never forget. Oh, I got itchy back. Sorry, guys. Hang on a second. Yeah, sorry. I will never forget what a specific city's morgue did with my grandfather's body. As they're going down the stairs with his body in the body bag, they're bonking the back of his head on the fucking stairs going down. I take great issue with that. I just had the term meat sack run through my head. It really, really, it was so disrespectful. Lack of care. It just really pissed me off. But, and I understand him not being taken out on a gurney and all of that, and going out in a bag. That was hard to handle. But to have his head hit and to see that 92-year-old man and he's in a zipped body bag and bonk, bonk, bonk down 3 fucking stairs. I take great issue with that. I still do. I'm still very angry over that. It was so rude. Amongst other things, I have choice words over, and very traumatizing. And with my grandfather, before the morgue came, I sat on the front steps and I screamed. Well, there was a cop there. There was, the fire trucks had just left. And the cop just comes walking through the living room and peeks out the door, and I could hear him. It's only because when I started, it was a cry screaming type of scream. I don't know how else to explain it. It was how my grief was hitting me at that given moment in time. And we all react. Doesn't matter if it's somebody that I've known my entire life. 92 years, he was 92 years old. I don't remember how old I was right then and there at that moment. I think it was in my late 30s. No. Early to mid 30s. Anyway, it hit me really hard. He was like a father figure to me. And with my mom, all those years later, so he died in 2003 and she died in 2025. He died at 92, she died at 86. And quite honestly, I think when he turned 70-something, he started taking better care of his body. He still had issues, but he still started taking better care of his body at 72 than most people do nowadays. But anyway, so you get through all these different things. Gamer story. I'll get to that in just a moment. And Quirt, what do you think about my ball of light story? I don't remember the ball of light story, hun. Unless you put it in here. Okay, hang on a minute. You live in Japan. I sleep on a futon. I suddenly woke up and there was a ball of light or something above my head. First I thought it was a dream, so I just stayed there. Then I kind of came to and realized I wasn't dreaming, so I jumped out of my futon and went to the corner of the room. The hall of light was still over the futon. Then the hall. Oh, you mean the ball. Sorry. Brain fart. And mistype of, so it's a misspell. Anyway, not a problem. I just took me a minute. The ball of light was still over the futon, then suddenly it vanished. So I'm not sure what I saw. Court, that can be anything. Quite literally, balls of light or orbs, that's what they're known by. That can be, and I'm not picking up anything on it right now, and I'm not hearing anything from my guides at this second. Okay, I was just told spirit. What I was going to say, it could be so many different things. It could be anything from ETs do that to Fae. All different kinds of fairy do that. All different kinds of Fae do that. Let's see. You've got Sasquatch that does it. You've got ETs who do it. You've got all different kinds of Fae who do it. Yeah, and spirits do it too. So it could be any one of those, but I literally got told the word spirit. So it was some form of a spirit specifically for you. Now, that goes into a story that I have of, right around the time. Trying to think if it was before the book or after the book. No, it would have been before the book. So, and the book I'm referring to is the government book, the entire documents that the government, U.S. government has on ufology. So it was before that. So it probably would have been 85, 86. 84, 85. No, it would have been about 85. So somewhere in 1985, when I was in the process of meditating, I was sitting on my bed and then laid down. And back then, we had gotten rid of my box spring, and I had my mattress on the floor. We'd gotten rid of the metal frame and the box spring, and I don't remember why. And anyway, so I was sitting up, and then I was laying down, and I had meditated a certain length of time, and then I rested. I sat up and I rested for a few minutes, and then I laid back down, and I have this sensation to where something or somebody was in the room with me. Now, granted, this was the middle of the night. I had my drapes pulled completely open, so I could see, I could see the moon if I was across from but it was lit up, so my room was semi-lit up. But not lit up like, like this room is now. And all of a sudden, when I'm opening my eyes, I'm seeing an orb, or what I thought was a very large orb. It looked like bigger than a basketball, bigger than a soccer ball. And all of a sudden, and it went from this kind of like this paste blue, can't call it sky blue, but it was kind of like a pasty blue with ethereal white around the edges of it. And it went from this ball to this elongated lack of better word, elongated oval shape. And we went from that into and it's moving away, because before it was maybe 4 feet away from me. And as it's moving further back, it's elongating and getting bigger and becoming wider. And by the time, and my bedroom door was, I don't remember why my mom wasn't home at that time. And it was I remember this being the middle of the night. This was about 2 a.m. On a Saturday night into a Sunday morning. That's how I should say that. And this elongated light turned into the shape of a person. And I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, okay, do I move? What do I do? And then I had the sensation of my grandmother. So think about who was... Did the energy feel like somebody that you knew? If so, who did it feel like to you that you know that's on the other side? Could have also been a spirit guide, but they would have said spirit guide, but they specifically said spirit. So somebody was coming. It sounds like somebody was coming to check on you. For me, this was my grandmother. And I had gone into a meditation a number of hours before, trying to do astral work, and I couldn't that night. And I know that I was very frustrated, so I was trying essentially to calm myself down. It's driving me nuts. Gotta trim the hair soon. Anyway, so yeah, there's that. And that's a grieving process in itself. When you realize that that's somebody showing up in a specific... Now, I could see part of the seam where the leg... I don't know how to say this. I call it a seam because I don't know what else to call it. I saw a seam that looked like legs, and the shape, and it was the same height as my grandmother. It was the same body contours. If I ever saw her in shadow at times, and what I mean by in shadow was when she was alive and she was walking from one section of a room to another section of a room, and you could see the cast of the shadow, that type of thing. So there's that. Buana Beast 3169. What? Oh, good grief. What's the best bread and cheese for your perfect grilled cheese? Not a clue right now. That's actually comical. Okay, I'm really far up. Elijah, are you Christian? Yes, I am. Space, I wasn't... Yeah, I wasn't really a believer in supernatural, but then I experienced that about 2 years ago. Says Court. Yeah, I don't blame you. Oh, Elijah, did I miss your... Oh. No, I'm not seeing something that I missed. Okay, hang on. At least not yet. Ouch, 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 ouch. Yeah, the pain level has been oh so fun. Anyway, so grieving, what I want to say about that don't think I have yet, is grieving is a process. Hey, Veggie Man, I'm a Taoist. I like this channel. Okay, thank you. Wow, somebody's being really rather rude. Thank you, Amy, for being mod. What do I think about your story? Well, they're saying it's a spirit, so it's a spirit. Champlain, hey, hi, how you doing, hun? Good morning. Yes. What's good? Well, yeah, I guess 10 minutes it'll be good morning. How do I Chris Dragoda? How do you know other side? How do I know the other side? Oh, hey, Lil Cam, thank you. I should just watch Doctor Strange. No, I haven't seen Doctor Strange. I've never seen that movie. I'm assuming you're talking the movie and not the old TV show. I'm a Gen Xer, so hello. Jennifer Gilvin? I can't, I've got weird light. Hang on, let's see if I can. Gilvin, I think that's Gilvin. Jennifer, okay, so ma'am, I'm very scared of dying. I mean, very scared. I want to believe that there is an afterlife. I never asked a psychic this question, but is there an afterlife, ma'am? Yes, there is, hon. You have all kinds of activities. You can do anything you want over there within reason. There are rules that the spirits have to abide by. I do know that. So hang on. Unexpected yawn. Anyway, but yeah, there is an afterlife. Excuse me, my throat's acting up. Will we be able to be with our loved ones that passed once we're gone? And will we know our loved ones that passed once we see him? Our loved ones, yes. Yeah, matter of fact, you'll have loved ones, depending upon the type of death, because sometimes it can happen so quickly that even death is shocked by it. Because I've actually had the man, I call him the man himself, I've actually had death show up in my living room on more than one occasion, back at the other apartment. And that was an interesting conversation, to say the least. All three of those that I'm thinking of at this second. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years, in fact. Yeah, I got pretty pissed off at him. But then I've realized how things kind of operate. And that's the other side of this, is understanding how some of this operates. So, I call death the man. Just because, I do. I was going to say I don't know his name. I do know his name, but I've deliberately forced myself to forget it. It's kind of like one of those things that are locked away. Because there are certain things that I know that if I use an individual's hierarchies, and he's a hierarchy. He's what I would call a hierarchy. If you use those specific individuals' names, what they are known by on the other side, or what they have been named, let's put it that way. Sometimes that can get you into real trouble. And with me and my mouth, I knew, because I'm a talker, I knew that I needed to kind of lock that name away. And I did. So I don't have it in the forefront. I would have to actually sit down, focus on one specific memory, focus on the conversation that I had with him. Seems to me there was somebody else in the room at the time. Oh, I was on a video call again. I was doing a lot of video calls back then. That's right. I had to get off the video call. Because I was informed of some information by a loved one and had to do some psychic research into it. And as I did, I found out some information, and I called him and I said, we need to have a conversation, a talk right now. This is immediate. This is the lives of at least 30, if not more people. And I was freaking out. And he showed up, and he could feel my energy, because I was really angry about the information that I was psychically told. I had actual spirits come to me saying, these people are going to die. This is not supposed to take place. I don't know why this is going to happen, but this is what I'm being shown. This is the information, basically. And so when I brought it to the man's attention, when I brought it to Death's attention, I've seen him laugh before. I'm here to tell you, it's nothing like seeing Death laugh. Boy, he's got a weird sense of humor too. Very nice guy. Big. He's not like one of the over 25 foot tall angels that I've seen, but he was a big guy. And he kind of pushed his, I don't know how to say this, pushed his energy into what looked like a physical body to me. I just don't know how to say that. And so he's like, give me the names. And I gave him the names that I was given. And I've never heard him bellow. It was the only, and I would, at one time I used to call it, he yelled. No, he bellowed. It's like he had a reverberation. He was not a happy boy. And I've talked about that before. I haven't talked about this one in a very long time, but I have talked about it before. And he was pissed. He's like, no, these people are not supposed to die. And he goes, give me the information that you were told. And I'm like, he goes, no, I want to hear it from you first before I talk. Because I was like, they're right there. You can, he's like, yeah, I know I can see them, but I want to hear it from you first. And I was like, oh, shit. Okay, so this is as I understand it. This is what I looked into. And he literally could see my I don't know how to explain this either. He could literally see my memories as I was remembering the information that I received psychically. And it was wild to realize that, to recognize that Death himself, as I'm remembering something, it's like he could see, how do you say this? It's like you have a memory bubble above your head. How the hell else do you say that? But he's seeing what I'm remembering, what I received psychically. And he goes, I got it. In other words, he got everything. He understood all of it. But at the same time, he got the links that he needed to contact who he needed to contact. And he was already just in a fraction of a blink of an eye. He had already been making contacts with different people on the other side, people, spirits, I don't know, hierarchies, whatever you want to call them. And at that given moment, he was like, Nikki, you're correct in that it's going to be over 30. It was closer to 60. And that's when I started breaking down. And he goes, no, stay calm. And I'm like, yes, sir. And I kind of just shoved it. I just shoved all that emotion and that grief, because you got that many people, and this was supposed to be a major accident on a major freeway, and it wasn't supposed to take place. And it would have, had it happened, it would have involved a couple of people that I personally know, and personally care about. And I was just kind of not just humbled, dumbfounded by all of this, because I was like, did all of that really happen? And a family member on the other side came up to me, gave me the biggest hug, and that's when I lost it. That's when yeah, just think, just thinking about that almost gets me losing it, because when you find out that there's something that you can do to stop something like that from people dying too soon, that's kind of a big deal. They may have a lot of positivity in their life that are supposed to take place. They may have karma and consequences because of whatever actions that they took in their life. There's all different sorts of aspects to life, that in how we live it and what all we do in this life, and how karma can bite us in the ass because of some ridiculous thing that we felt that we had to do. So, it's all kind of a balancing of the scales, so to speak. Not leveling up, that's not the right way to say it, but, boy, that really, yeah, that one just always gets me, and I'm very thankful. I'm very thankful that, I was given that opportunity. The connection I have with the hierarchies isn't like it used to be. Hey, Stone. I'm just now seeing you. Hey, Robert. How do I get rid of the spirits, or are they angels? Well, I was told spirit court. Um, I am slowly getting back down there. You can ask them to leave, point blank. You have, if they're actually living there, it's a different ball game. They need to be respectful. But now that you're aware, it also means that you need to be on the respectful side too. So, because if you're both living there, hey, I've lived in houses all my life. Right now, or apartments or whatever, and they've almost always had. Well, no, they always have had spirits. Whether it's been animal spirits or human spirits or something else. So if it's a human spirit, you can ask it to leave. If it's something else, demand. If it's an animal, you can ask your spirit guides not to have it return. Unless, you know, not return until, you move. Spirit animals are usually pretty benign, usually. Oh, I come to think of it, I don't think I've ever heard of a truly ghastly, nasty animal spirit. Can't think of a single one at this second. Anyway, but grieving, all of this, it's really tough. It is a process, and it is something that even after so many years of my grandmother's death and the closeness that she and I had, my mom's mom, definitely not my dad's mom. So my grandmother and I, she ended up becoming my spirit guide. And that, I think, in that moment in 1985, when I saw this apparition, I was going to say floating apparition, but this apparition, when I saw her, I mean, I immediately knew it was my grandmother. It had the scent of her, but it was really intense of the energy. And by the time she was standing in the doorway, her face was almost visible. It takes an awful lot of energy to do that for any spirit, let alone a spirit guide. And I believe that was my grandmother letting me know that she became my spirit guide from that moment on. So it's quite the thing to think about. But yeah, our family, our loved ones they go to a college, form of a college. I don't know what else to call it, but it's like a spirits college. Ouch. And they end up learning about how to become a spirit guide. I have no idea how long she had to. I know my dad was with me, oh God, day in and day out for years after he died. And then he was gone for what felt like years, although I don't remember how long, but he was gone for quite some time. And then in 2017, I think it was 17, it was either 16 or 17. think it was just before I went into the UFOI team. So it would have been 2017, I think. But anyway, in February February or March of 2016, 2017, there was a conference where they had psychics and intuitives and big names in the field, and that's where I had Mr. Van Praagh sign a book, and for me I stood in line with one or two books, I don't remember what at the moment, and he told me, he goes, your dad's your father is your spirit guide. And he said, do more meditation. He said, you need to do more meditation. I'm like, yeah, I kind of know that. I was very lackadaisical about it back then. Took me a long time before I could get to a point to where I could really do it on a daily basis or while I'm talking, or which you can meditate when you're talking. It's if you get to a certain point or a certain level. So just an FYI, you can actually keep your body calm, and it's I don't know how to explain that one. Somebody else much better at words can explain that one better than I can. I just know it's something that I can do. So it's like a form of internal meditation. I just don't know what else to call it. And it's very helpful, especially if you're in a very stressful situation. Or having somebody yell and scream at you, or some kind, you're witnessing something that is just really hard to handle. So you've got to stay calm. Lonely child of Earth. I found a picture of me buried near my house with weird writings. Did someone do... I don't know about... There's all forms of magic, lonely. Lonely child of Earth. Okay, so child. I'm going to call you child. I'm not picking up anything psychically, but what I do know about different forms of magic, that can be one form, doesn't necessarily mean that it's detrimental. Being buried, however, that, if I remember correctly, you might want to do some research. I think that's either form of a binding or form of a grounding, like trying to keep you grounded. Was it in a plastic... See, things like this pop up. Was it in a plastic bag? Was it... If it wasn't, then if you just found it, what kind of quality of the picture was it? Is it regular paper? Because that can give you how long it's been buried. If it's like regular photographic paper, because hello, used to do photography. So if it's a print like you would get from a 1-hour photo place, if those even still exist, if it's something like that, of that quality, that's going to take a while to break down, because there's chemical components in with the paper in order to make the paper produce a photograph. So, because it's a specific kind of paper, and it's multiple layers of paper versus something that is just printed off a regular color printer and it's a photograph, that is regular paper. That will disintegrate a lot faster. So that'll give you a time frame, how long ago it was put in the ground. But do your due diligence research in finding out about the symbols, because symbols make a difference. Was it actual writing? In other words, was it in a different language? I'm being shown runes. R-U-N-E-S or R-U-I-N-E-S? Anyway, not Greek. Keep getting the word heretic. That's not the word I'm looking at. Oh, good God, Nikki. Norse. Thank you. Norse mythology. Look up Norse mythology. N-O-R-S-E. Norse mythology. You're dealing with... it's not Greek. I keep wanting to call him Greek. That's what my brain wants to do, and that's not the word for it. And I can picture... Vikings, thank you. That was the word. I don't know why I couldn't get the word. I couldn't get the letter V stuck in my head. Look up Viking mythology or Norse mythology. Do your due diligence, do your good amount of research and figure it out. That's something that you should be able to figure out on your own. But I'm being shown Norse symbols or runes symbols. And so it all depends on that too. Look up symbology regarding that belief system, regarding what those runes mean. There's something to that. Then when you have a picture that is buried, was there any ribbon wrapped with it? Because that's a binding. If not, and it's only the symbols, excuse me, then you're dealing with different forms of belief systems. So you got to find the belief system. You're going to also ask your guides for a little extra protection. Hello. You can also ask if you believe in God, aka Source, or Jesus. I mean, just do that. Size of a melon. Okay. White and blue. Yeah, that's usually what they show up as first. You've seen orbs in every state, says Josh. Josh Russell. An orb came, and then we'll have to seen one in every state. Wow. Bulletproof Joe, do you see the light, Jesus? Yeah, I've seen Jesus. Champlain, Nikki, isn't it hard to be able to pick up on psychic stuff without knowing what to look for? No. Everything has an energy. No, everything has an energy signature. A thought can have an energy signature. Frequency is an energy signature. A hum, I don't know why that popped into my head, but a hum, can be an energy signature. For that matter, another psychic, well, and I'm not, but if you have, for the person that, I don't remember who it was that had asked, but about that picture and the writings on it and it being buried, that'll have an energy signature to it. If you get a person who does energy work that is a tracker, like I am, you can track that energy right back to the person. Everybody has an energy signature. It's like when I was in my kitchen this afternoon. The dog had come in, was sitting kind of in the hallway looking at me in the end of the kitchen, and I'm about to sneeze once. Maybe not. And just as the dog's walking back up towards the kitchen, I felt like somebody was standing to my right and about a foot to 2 feet behind me, but kind of to my side at the same time. Oh, there goes the nose, because I couldn't sneeze. That's fun. Anyway, and they had a very distinct energy signature. And the weird thing is that at that given moment in time, I could not tell if they were alive or dead. I couldn't tell if it was a spirit or if it was somebody in Astral, because they had their, and it does happen once in a blue moon. That will happen with me. And it's not because, I was an ET. Well, shut my, because I'm just realizing how tall but I knew somebody was there, and I knew that it was male. It had a very specific scent to it. I was just trying to go beyond that. Anyway, I know that when I went back like this with my shoulder, that my shoulder was at his waist. Now I'm 5'2.5". Now, I used to be 5'3", but I'm now 5'2.5". Or 5'2 3/4", depending upon which doctor I'm at. Which would have put this as a, because his waist was about right here on me, not at shoulder height. So that would have, let's see, 6'1", 6'2", which would put this individual at 7 feet tall. Eight feet tall. I have to think about that. I'll have to go back in and do some measurements and all of that, because my brain's not computing at the moment regarding the height, but that's what I remember from shoulder to the top of the shoulder. Okay, so anyway, wow, okay. But I wasn't registering if it was a person in Astral which didn't feel like a person in Astral to me. That's what I was trying to, I was like, that doesn't feel like anybody that I know. But then I also was like, that doesn't feel like any spirit I know. And the hierarchies have a different, they have a different feeling to them. A very different feeling to them than the ETs do, or, whoa, I just got lightheaded. Okay, that's due to my ears. That's not due to targeting and weaponry shit. That's a shifting of stuff in the ears. That's fun. Okay. Sorry, folks. I've got a bit of a beginning of a head cold, and it's like driving me nuts. On top of everything else. So, yeah, spirits and hierarchies and people in Astral, everybody's got a link. You can track them. Hierarchies, you unless they allow you to, that's the only way you're going to track a hierarchy. That's real specific. Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting lost in my stuff right now, but I'm lost in memories and stuff. So, yeah, it's you can able to pick up on psychic stuff without knowing what to look for. Yeah, everything's got a signature. Everything has a signature. Unless it's a hierarchy or God himself or Jesus himself, you're not going to be able to track them. DTs definitely you can track them if you've got the abilities to do that. But as a regular everyday human, no, you're not likely going to be able to track them because the frequency is so high. Bulletproof Joe, someone innocent must have prayed for you. Court, the energy didn't feel like anyone I knew, but it also didn't feel bad or scary. I only got scared after a while because I freaked myself out. Yeah, that happens to us. Jack Davis, how do we know she's not an evil spirit? Uh-huh. It wasn't your grandma, sorry to say. Well, Bulletproof Joe, I disagree, but that's okay. We all have our own things. Auckland, New Zealand. Hello from Seattle, Washington. Hello to all those who have come in and gone and those who have stayed. Hello. What are we doing tonight? Yeah, it's... Oh, good to know, Lil Camp. Thank you for letting me know that. I didn't know that. YouTube was 8 minutes late in sending me the live notice. Now that the channel is, I think you mean taking off, they're no longer immediately notifying. They're notorious for that. Good to know. I didn't know that. Hey, Joe Monk. Hi, sweetie. How you doing? I don't know who that is. Okay. Okay. Yes. Nima J. Spoken Truth. We are all energy. I feel we just change form. Yep, exactly. Jack Davis, why do the elite scientists of the world barely believe anything like this? They're very in their heads. They're trying to prove things. Scientific ways. I understand that. But at the same time, I came from a family of prove it, type of mentality, and very much science geared things. And so, yeah, still different ballgame, Philip. Death doesn't have a single universal name, but is personified differently across cultures, such as Thanatos, Greek, Morse, Roman, Yama, Hindu, Azrael, Islamic, or the Grim Reaper, Western folklore. Yeah, I used to call him the Grim Reaper, Philip. I just call him Death now because he does have a name, and I never saw him with the sickle or the scythe, but that's funny. And well, that's not necessarily true either, because when he first showed up, he showed up with a sickle, and I looked at him and I said, "What the hell are you supposed to be, the Grim Reaper?" And he did this funny little. God, I forgot all about that. He did this. He had this little glint in his eye, like this little twinkle in one of his eyes, and well, to me it would have been his left, so it would have been his right. But anyway, he had this little glint in his eyes, this little twinkle, and an encroaching smirk. Man is extremely serious, to say the very least. Very solemn, very, very serious all the time. But I cannot for the life of me remember what the hell made him laugh wholeheartedly. And to hear Death laugh, God, that got me. That got me a lot. I started giggling and laughing because he was laughing. And then it just became this all out laugh fest for a very brief amount of time, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, if that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun though. And then things got very serious, and yeah, I've heard him get angry. I've seen him laugh. I can't really say. Yeah, he's so somber. Anyway, snazzy dresser, I do have to say though. Anyway, not at all what you would think, but anyhow, yeah. So there's that aspect of it. Okay. Hello, Stephanie Jackson. How you doing? um, I can't tell what that says. The light is not. I'm having problems tonight with this. Just a second. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's better. Hang on. Curbing Stomper. Have you been pregnant before? You give off an lovely maternal vibe. Yeah, I have been pregnant before. I'm an ET abductee, and I am a surrogate mom of over 30 hybrid children. So ET human hybrid children. And one's about to leave right now. Just in a matter of a couple of days. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah, Philip is saying skookum is the Spokane word for Sasquatch, and their traditions see Sasquatch as a sort of Grim Reaper. Now that I did not know. I knew about the word skookum. I didn't relate it to Spokane, and I knew that it was for the word Sasquatch, but I didn't know. Is that a Native American tribe in the Spokane area that call him that? Hello, John Bobby. It's almost 5 p.m. where you're at, Champlain. I don't remember where you're at. Kathy Lynn Reed, Love and Light. Hey, hun, how you doing? And glad you didn't miss the stream. And there's Robert saying hi. Hello. Veggie Man 1, ghosts that haven't moved on. Yeah, some haven't moved on at all. Philip, ghosts living, interesting thought. Yeah, I mean, they have their own life. You literally, no matter the last seconds of your life, the second you disconnect, and I did talk about how my mom died. It was really tough to watch. But I was there for her 100% in, her crossing. And my family, when I say the room was filled, her parents, grandparents, her uncles and aunts were there. My great uncles and aunts, my grandparents, my great grandparents. There were so many people that had filled that room or had filled the surrounding level above, like, how do I want to say this? Like 8-9 feet above our heads. Not above our head. Starting at about 8 to 9 feet from the floor. That's how I should say that. Was a row, and it would pan out and go further out, and everybody just kind of waited for my mom to release from her body, from her soul, to let go, her soul cord to let go. And because she was already out of her body, because I saw her. She was talking with my grandmother sort of over the bed. They were kind of like, how do I say this? So mom's laying here, her head is up here, her feet are down here, I'm right here, and my mom and my grandmother, my mom was like right here, kind of down by her knees, and my grandmother was like floating to my right. And the two of them were talking. Now, I could hear tiny... Man, the love between the two of them. I could hear different little pieces of their conversation. But not, and oh my God, the feeling between the two of them, the fact that they got to see each other again. And Mom was saying it was like the first time she was seeing her mom. And, you know, not being able to see your mom since 1979 to 2025, that's a big length of time. So it was really fascinating to me how here the room was completely filled, and as the first person that she wanted to see that was there for her. Now, when you die quickly or unexpectedly, real unexpectedly, what I've been told is that you do have spirit guides with you, and your family will come running. And sometimes you'll have an angel with you, kind of guiding you up, crossing you over. Doesn't happen all the time, from what I've been told. But I know that we're not really alone. It's part of a soul's choice to stay where they're at. And it's like an instantaneous type of, how has that been? I don't know how else to explain how it's been described to me, but it's like this instantaneous, the second it happens, the fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second that it happens of death, if it's sudden and unexpected, or for example, like what was supposed to take place with, I keep thinking of him as over 30, but I got told by Death himself it was over 60. It's going to be this big pile up on a major freeway in a Midwestern state. And that's a lot of people all at once. It's a lot of people all at once. And I can't even fathom that Death himself didn't know. I mean, it just totally blew my mind that he wasn't aware. So, but it does happen. It does happen. So, Champlain, Nikki, would you guide my spirit in the afterlife? Ooh, honey, I'm not, that's a soul contract. What you're asking is a soul contract. You and I would have to get to know each other before I make any kind of agreement to that. Because if I make that as an agreement, I would stick to that, to the living end. And you and I would have to get to know each other real well for me to do that. So yeah, that's a whole nother ball game. How can we choose to stay? That's a good question. I'm not even sure where to begin. Rick Berry 4477, how to answer that. I mean, well, you choose to stay in your physical body. You mean choosing to stay stuck earthbound? Is that what you mean? How can you not move on? Because spirits, depending upon what takes place in their life, There's still the psychological. I've heard so many people talk about how, oh, it's just love and light all the time, and that. No, it's not. And when you die unexpectedly, or what is unexpected to you, boy, there's a couple of things I want to say, and I know I can't say them because they will. I'm on a channel where there is no such thing as freedom of speech. What I want to say, I should say over on Rumble. Or on one of the other ones that I know that will not dock you or strike you for community standards and things. Because I was going to comment on mass situations. That's how I'm going to say that one. Avoiding hell. You can avoid hell. Oh, this is interesting. Spirits or demons? Actually, no, they're not. Clark Kent 3730. No, they're not. Watch Nefarious. Okay. Nima. I think that says Nima. Nima J. Spoken truth. Listen to Mozart has been proven to help you get into a meditative state faster. For real. Yes, I 100% agree with that. Matter of fact, when I was in high school, that's a lot of what I used to listen, besides regular rock and roll and headbangers ball type stuff. Used to listen to a lot of that when I wanted to meditate or to come down or to try to alleviate a migraine. Mozart, Chopin, Beethoven. There were a lot of classical musicians I used to listen to, or their piano music or some version, just to get my brain to kind of decompress from the day and from different things that would stress me out back then. Specific shielding. Yeah, Robert, I agree with that. You guys. Monkman. Battle White. Oh, God. Oh, that's nice. Nordic runes. Thank you. Thank you, Joe Monk. I appreciate that immensely. Darren Davis, when I was 5 years old, my identity bracelet was stolen in a burglary. It was mailed to me over 13 years later, and it had lots of yarn braids tied to it. Is that related to magic? No, not necessarily. I keep feeling like they were remember ties. It's like tie. Did you have 13 ties on it? That's what it feels like. What I'm being shown is a similar type of like a medic alert bracelet. It's an identity bracelet, but it's also a medic alert bracelet is what I'm being shown. And I'm being shown, it doesn't look like yarn. It looks like embroidery floss. Yellow, blue, orange, and purple. Well, purple's in there, but there's some color that's between a blue and a purple. Anyway, violet. Just got told the name Violet. Anyway, what it energetically wise, what it feels like, and I'm surprised I can even get anything right now, but anyway, what it energetically feels like is somebody trying to remember to mail it off to you. That's what it feels like. And it took them 13 fucking years to do it. Sorry for the language. Gaelic, Darren. Yes, Gaelic. That's another one that I was trying to think of. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Donated $1.95 through SuperChat. I didn't even know that. Thank you. I didn't even know that that could be done here. Thank you. Sanderson 0986. I usually communicate with my dad and understand his messages, but lately I'm having trouble with just him. Maybe you pick up something and from your viewpoint can decipher it. Stay warm. Yeah, I'm trying. It 32 degrees at 7:30 last night, so I have no idea what it's down to now. Is your dad's name Josh? Start with the letter J. I keep getting like Josh or John. J. It's a J sound. That's why I keep thinking it could be George, but that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing ah, J, ah. Do good, be good? That's doesn't... No, I'm not getting anything else. That's it. I apologize. Only demons are that tall? That's not true. No. Braveheart 1-9. Only demons are that tall. That's not true. Thank you, Amy. Seem have a good week. Yeah, bye, Champlain. Bye, Nikki. I hope you have a good day. I'll see you next stream. Have a good week. Yeah, you too, hon. Easy Munch 6069. Maybe the CIA is using technology to try to shut you down. Yeah, honey, they've tried a number of things with me. Anyway. Cat toes and pig nose. Can you ask? Ask what, hun? Hope you feel... Oh, thank you. Not your average sock. 1043. Oh, so these names are awesome. Just awesome. Okay. So I've got about 20 minutes left. Greetings from Florida. Hello, Cynthia. Barber. Cat says, can you ask? Hey, moderator, is she reading this chat or another feed? No, I'm reading this chat. Just behind on the feed. Yeah, no kidding. Really behind. I'm trying to catch up. Do I practice Taoism? No, I don't. I'm a Christian. Uh, but I'm a heretic in my own religion, so go figure. I'm not like your average everyday Christian by any stretch of the imagination. So I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. Know for a fact he rose. That's a whole nother subject. That's a whole nother past life, dear. So, are you a ghost? No, Julie, I am not. Yes, that was my point, Amy. Amy is saying plane crashes can take 300 in an instant. Or what about Hiroshima or Nagasaki? Tens of thousands in an instant. Yeah, I mean, talk about, well, unexpected for those people, and in some ways, not so ouch. Here's something else to think about. Something else to think about is on the other side, like with what happened in 2001 in the United States, in New York. Yeah, that took out a lot of people. Just like those items that you mentioned, Amy. And on the other side, some of that can be seen. And I mean, kind of like planned for on the other side, so that people, when they go, they've got place. Excuse me, they've got a lot of help on the other side. But then you've got something that is truly unexpected, like, for example, my friend that was shot and murdered for being a I can't think of what it's called. I just had it and now it's out of my head. Damn targeting shit. That's the word I'm looking for, and I can't seem to grasp it. Good Samaritan. He was being two words. Samaritan was the word I was trying to get my brain to say. Get my mouth to say it. He was shot being a good Samaritan and wasn't supposed to die. But he wasn't supposed to be shot either. So, Good Samaritan, yeah, but he wasn't supposed to be shot. So, that much, that kind of thing that takes place, it is appalling. It is beyond shocking to the body. And yeah, and he knew exactly what he wanted and what he believed the second he was on the other side. I mean, he just automatically knew. And he very much wanted to come and say, I have a hard time with this. He very much wanted to come and say goodbye to me. And I've only ever, after he's crossed, there's only been a small handful. I was going to say a few times. That's not quite accurate. Small handful of times that he's come in and made comment to me about certain things. I'm trying to figure out how to say this without saying specific information, because I don't want to cause problems within his family. He had kids. It's another subject. Anyway, moving on. Okay. So, grief regarding death can be really hard to deal with. And as you can see, it can be unexpected sometimes. And that's okay. But you gotta grieve and you gotta let go of the feelings. And I do periodically. It's just right now, with everything I've been through this past week, and the amount of pain and all that shit, it's like, okay, a little bit more weepy than normal. And I'm not normally weepy, so I'm not usually a crier, but these hormones with, the N57 and that shit going on top of everything else. Wow. Never was really a crier before. This is a whole new ball game, folks. Ladies, be sure you keep an eye on your frickin' hormones. Holy crap. That's all I'm going to say on that right now. Oh my God. Father, 2 weeks ago, I feel so... Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Julie MSM. Twin died 3 years ago. Father, 2 weeks ago. I am so sorry. Were you really connected with your twin? Tracy? Oh God, that's not right. I can't tell if Tracy was a male or a female. Anyway, you like the background. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. Yeah, that's one of my favorite, or it's become one of my favorite tapestries. I had one up over here. Yeah, Julie, she's a few minutes back in the chat. Give it time. Yeah, no shit. I'm trying to get there. I had a tapestry up over here, but it unexpectedly collapsed, and I'm like, well, that's fine. I need something small for that area. Anyway, not a big tapestry, so I'm going to put that tapestry across my curtain. Is an identity bracelet like a medic alert with a phone? Yes, Amy, it is. Oh, hey, Flat Sixer. So, Little Cam, Flat Sixer, Amy, Joe, and Robert. Battle Liner. Okay. Ooh, 16 degrees in Texas. Sleet. Eek. I'm sorry. Sleepy RPG. Whitebeard has entered the chat. Okay. Flat Sixer, you missed the Joe Monk troll purge. He dumped like 20 in 5 minutes. Yay! Thank you, Joe. Thank you, all my mods. Thank you. Karen Hackbarth, 1801. My grandmother died while rocking me. Did her soul pass through me, and does that mark me in some way? I was 2 and remember it well. Whoa. Oh. She may have, but I don't think she did go right through you. She may have. I mean, that's just my logical brain. But it feels like she went up and not through. It feels like she went up and out. So kind of like from down here in her stomach coming up, and then like right around this area is where it felt like she came out of her body. That's how it feels. But when I think logically, I think, yeah, it's possible she could go out. But what it feels like it's coming up and out this way. If you're still in chat. And I'm sorry. And yeah, I can see how that can make a significant impact. Yes, XOLO20 isn't believing in Jesus and believing in past life Contradictory in the Christian religious, curious, not judging. Yeah, it's very contradictory, which is one of the reasons why I'm classified as a heretic. Or other choice words that I've been called. I haven't been called that in a while, but I have. It has been. Thank you, Joe. It has happened. User ZW7BV7MS8Y says, crying is a good sign you still have feelings. Oh, I very much still have feelings. Julie, yes, I feel... No, excuse me. Yes, I was so close to my twin, I feel half... I'm so sorry, sweetie. Truly. If I could give you a hug, I would. Kai. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Miss Kai. How you doing? How you doing? Julie. Her name was Natalie. See, I don't understand why... I knew that name wasn't right. What the hell did I say? Taylor? No. I don't even remember what the hell I said. What word I said. Yeah. Or what name. I knew it wasn't right the second it came out of my mouth. At least I was lucky. Her name was Natalie. At least I was lucky to have my time with her. Yeah, very much so. That's a big deal. I'm watching from Bangladesh. Love from Bangladesh. Hello in Bangladesh. Kim Lock 9440. My husband died 11 years ago. Grieving was a tough challenge. Oh. Yeah. Especially when you love somebody and you're married for a long time and you're really in each other's lives. There's some folks that are married and they don't have hardly anything to do with each other. They live as roommates, whereas others, I mean, they're still in love from the first time. So I've known all kinds of marriages, people that have been married for anywhere from 10 years to, like my grandparents, they were 64 years, 63, 64, 65, somewhere in that time frame. Oh God, I'd have to do the frickin' math. When my grandfather died, maybe it was 61 going into 60. Can't remember right now. I've always had it stuck in my head, 64 going into 65. Years married. I mean, they were married, as far as I understood from family and from them, that they married, that he was 17 and she was 16. And he died at age 82. And she, I think, died at 84. I was never notified when she died. The family didn't bother. But in the last few years, she may have chosen it that way. Don't know. Anyway, my grandmother and a great aunt and a cousin are the only three individuals. Nope. And a great uncle are the only ones that I had real issue with in my family. Real big issue with. I had a great aunt who was not nice with me. The rest of my great aunts I loved to pieces. Just, Anyway, yeah, when you're married and so there's all different kinds of relationships, and grief can take its toll. And it's really hard. You've got to, okay, from me, I'm not a counselor. You can tell how I talk. I am not a counselor. I have been through a shit ton of experiences, and what I know about grieving, and with the amount of people that I've lost in my life to death, believe me, I have had my moments to where I've done my yelling and screaming at death himself. If he were here, he could definitely attest to that, because there have been a couple of times where I just lost my shit. And sometimes you just need to do that. Preferably not at anybody physical. That's a whole nother subject. But, yeah, it can really take its toll, take an effect on people. And you have to take care of yourself. When you're grieving, you're really, really emotional. You've got to take very good care of yourself. That does mean you have to eat. If you have your vitamins or prescriptions, there are things you got to take care of you. So what does taking care of you look like for you? What does that mean for you? For me, it was finding the little things. The little things, I'm still grieving my mom. This last year was really tough. I will probably be grieving my mom for a very long time, but I also know that she shows up. And when she's with me for a while. And if she's not with me, she's with one of my other family members or my son. They were very close, just like my grandmother and I were very close. That was very important to her. And so, yeah, it's a really tough situation when you love somebody with all your heart and they've died and they've crossed over. Or they did die, but they haven't crossed over, but they've, chosen to stay Earthbound. It's a term. And that's a totally different ballgame. But they can cross over through the white light and come back. They don't have to stay on the other side. They can, they don't have to stay on what other people would call heaven. That's how I'm going to put that. They don't have to stay there. Matter of fact, a lot of them don't. They come and go, and they're constantly moving and doing things. So it's all about choices, and the choice that you make and the choice that you believe at the time that you die. So anyhow, thank you, Amy. No politics. I agree. Thank you. Kinky Coals, all spelled with K's. Oh, is this some weird spiritual circle jerk stream? Nice. What do I think about homosexuality? I've got a number of friends who are homosexual. What do I give two shits about somebody's sexual orientation? I don't. That's their personal business. What about it? Do you have a point to make? Because personally, I don't give a fuck. That's each personal individual. Why would... That's what I say to that. Sorry, you just hit my frustration mode. Thank you, Amy and Joe. Ivan... Oh, I'm sorry. Ivanka Saunders. I do apologize. Ivanka Saunders, you are not a heretic. We are only taught what can be controlled. Appreciate that. Thank you. Karen Hackbarth, 1801, thank you. I always wondered if that's why I am always the outsider. Oh, honey, I can so frickin' relate to that. Oh my god, I've gone pasty. I can really relate to that. I've always been the outsider. You're in. Okay, Lil Cam is saying to Julie, yeah, I'm in. I was reading that and it said, you're now connecting. Oh, you're live. So I don't know what just happened. I'm in Como. COMO. The snow frenzy real. Some people bundled down while others just laugh at those who do. We're odd combo of Canadian, Minnesota, and Florida style people laugh out loud. Are you Yeti happily single? Jack CFC 94. I love you so much. Okay. And I don't know you, but I really love you. Okay. Thank you for the caring. I'm glad you like what we're talking about. Edward Coyne. I hope I pronounced that correct. Last name correctly. I'm from Ireland. Hello. How you doing, hun? I'm getting closer, folks. Getting closer to the... Okay. XOLO20. Why do you believe you were targeted in this lifetime? I gotta write that down because I want to get back to that later tonight. Who asked it? XOLO20. Okay. Why you targeted? Okay, I'll deal with that in a little bit. Where are you from? Washington State. Western... Oh my god, I'm finally at the bottom. Hey, Tom! Didn't know we were live. Yeah, Little Cam or... was Little Cam or... one of the mods said it. They didn't... I can't remember who, though. It's 10-minute. YouTube was 10 minutes late in giving them the... And I've been experiencing that, too. I'm having to put on... I'm having to go in and redo the... God, I'm finally at the frickin' bottom. Holy crap. I'm so stunned. 2 hours in. Yeah, and I wanted to end at 2 hours. Okay, so a couple of things that I wanted. Oh, you're also... Hey, Crystal Flores. I am also from Washington State. Awesome. Anyway, somebody had talked about it's either Little Sixer or Little Sixer, Flat Sixer or Little Camp. Getting the two names goofed up. Anyway, one of them had said something about YouTube not sending out the message, but 10 minutes later that I was live. I'm having more of that kind of stuff too. And it's become quite the frustration point. So XOLO20 asked basically, why do I believe I'm being targeted? For God's sake, Will's Products. Hello. That's quite a statement. Only go. Sorry. Oh, hello, Lewis. Lewis Lyra 206, new here. Well, hello. Oh my god, some of these comments, folks. Oh, it was you. Okay, our height messes with a few others too. It's funny. You're not the first to notice. Oh God, look at him. Um. Anyway, so tonight's topics. Hello, uh, Tio Lo. Hello. Or Taolo. I'm not sure how you would pronounce that. Anyway, so XOLO20 wanted to know why I believe I'm targeted. I think it was 2025. I think is what you said. I think that's what it was. I'll go back and double check. Anyway, yeah, why do you believe you were targeted in this lifetime? This lifetime, that's what it was. Oh, no. Mods, be nice to each other, Tim. Unless you're just giving him harassment. Anyway, comical comedic harassment? I don't know. Oh, you guys. Anyway, because of the government book on ufology that I read, I know exactly why I'm targeted, and that's the whole reason for it. Goes right back into a book that I gotta not read right now. I'm gonna be in laughter between you two. Okay, you two. Anyway, so when I was 17, 18, 19, somewhere in that timeline of my life, my family and I unexpectedly were loaned, so I'm going to word that, by people that we only knew as quote unquote the collectors, who we were told were mega multi-millionaires, who were in the process of going into billionaire status, essentially. Or were not very far away from it. That's how I should word that. And there were only 500 books ever printed, and they were supposedly every document that the government ever had on ufology. And I had the book in my possession for 18 hours, and I have a photographic memory. I went in 2018 or 2019, excuse me. Went somewhere in March of 2019 and unexpectedly came across a retired government agent who had a series of credentials. Like I said, I shouldn't have been watching the chat. Oh my God, you guys. Anyway, and I asked this agent because curiosity was getting to me more and more. And I wanted to know, and I wasn't paying attention to my guides or to family who had not very long died prior to this meeting. And I asked this retired agent, and he had quite a list of credentials, if the book was real or not. And the man tried to hypnotize me on the spot without my permission. And when I described that action and what took place to a person who knows how to do hypnosis, so a hypnotherapist, when I described it to them, they asked me only one question. And I'm not going to answer, I'm not going to say what that question was. And I replied yes. And this individual wavered. They wavered, meaning there wasn't a step back, but it caught, you could see that it caught them completely off guard. They didn't expect that response. And no, this is not made up. I can have all of this verified if I am forced to. Although I don't know if certain individuals would ever want their names public. So there you go. So anyway, yeah, you can, Tim. Whew. Pound some beers back. Yeah, you can. Anyway, you're lost. Okay, so basically I was asked why I believe that I have been targeted in this lifetime. And I'm talking about a government book that deals with ufology that I and 3 other family members got a hold of, borrowed, as I'm terming it. And I believe these individuals who loaned the book were not the book owners. I don't think I've ever said that. I do not have documentation of it. I do not have evidence of it. I only have what my instincts are on the situation. And what my gut feelings were. And my gut feelings have always been that the individuals who loaned it to my family were not the original collectors who had it. I think that they borrowed it from somebody else and they knew of it. They had read it. They had gone through the book to some degree. How, I don't know, but that's my personal belief system. They never told me that, but that is my personal belief system. And it was like I could feel the energy of the ones who had it before me. And we're talking big money. I mean, like, mega wealth. Mega wealth. And these people were very wealthy, but they weren't that kind of wealthy. At least to my knowledge. Oh, you guys, stop it. Damn. Actually perfect. Rewind. Actually, Joe's done really well, Tim. Yeah, Tim's done, or Joe's done really, really well with modding. Very, very appreciative of him. Anyway, so that's how we ended up seeing, well, it's not how we ended up seeing it, but there's more description on this book. So many other replays before this one, before this live broadcast, live stream, whatever you want to call it. It's funny because I caught somebody, very, very, very famous person, on a Facebook mini reel that they were trying to create. It was so cute that they were trying to create. And he's like, I don't do these very often. And he called it a broadcast. I started laughing because I've had conversations with a couple of people now about that word and how it's called streaming and not broadcast. I'm like, here's this extremely famous person from the 1970s who's still performing and doing all this stuff. And I chuckled because I was like, I'm not alone. I'm not alone in that. Cracked me the hell up. Okay. Why? Tim, behave. Come over there and spank your ass. God. Kid you not. Of course, then you might like that. I don't know. Talk to your girl. Ouch. Snap, crackle, pop. Owie, owie, owie. Too many snap crackles. Anyway, so the book came about. Got a chance to read it. Unexpectedly had, and Para's not here. Unexpectedly had, Tom Whitmore? I think it's Tom Whitmore. Anyway, retired MUFON guy who actually stated publicly that, yeah, there is a quote-unquote legendary book. And there's also a legendary red book. Well, this book was not red. But the red book that I know of is a Russian red, is known as the Russian Red Book, and it's all about ufology. But this was the U.S. government. So he confirmed that there was a legendary book. The MIB that I talked to in private and, well, he didn't state it publicly. He did state privately, the MIB that I talked with did state that that kind of a book would have most likely have gotten out of the government's hands by essentially what I call a corporate conglomerate. Oh boy. Okay, you love Joe. Okay, I just wanna. Yeah. Joe's what, 6'5"? If I remember right. Between Joe and Tim, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to squat either of them. They'd put their elbows on top of my head. What the hell? Because I have this little short, little mini thing. Oh God. Anyway, So that's kind of how this book came up. What book? It's a government book on ufology. It's first document. First document is 1933, if I remember correctly. As I'm trying to remember. Well, it's not the first page. The way they did the book, I can't even call it a table of contents. I can't call it a bibliography. There was no bibliography because it was document after document after document, but in book form. And, oh God, so many names. But subject matters. You had subject matters and essentially page numbers. But it was and the thing of it is that the first document I remember as being 1933, but the book stated 1932 in the kind of like what I would call an index. I don't know what else to call it. So that's why I say 1932 to 1933, because on one hand, you've got one document that shows 1933. And at the beginning of the book, when you open, I'm not describing certain sections, but anyway, at the beginning, the first few pages in that talks about 1932 and that the government had known since 1932. So that's what this is all about. Stop, Nikki. Okay. Oh, stop on the two. Okay, got it. Ivanka. Oh God. Ivanka Saunders. Do you think the collectors were trying to learn from you by observing what you would make of the book? Actually, that's a very good question. Well, I've talked about this before. What I believe is that what I call the psychic bitch from hell, because she was heavily involved in this. Well, before I get back into her, so basically, what ended up taking place is that the people that owned this business that the psychic bitch from hell worked at, where she was being a corporate espionage psychic spy for her company, for her employers, upon not only their employees, but also upon other companies that I am aware of. Do I know what other companies? No, I do not. But that was all the psychic information that I got directly from her soul. I have no idea who they were specifically targeting or anything of that nature. But I believe that those three situations, I don't know how to say that, that those individuals, the owners of the company, combined with what I call the psychic bitch from hell, I believe that she psychically saw where I was going to be going in ufology. Didn't frickin' bother to inform. That just really, every time I think about that, I get really frickin' pissed off over it. Being an ET abduct, I would have told somebody like me, did you really understand? Do you understand you're an ET abductee? Now I had a hard time doing that with three strange. Well, technically there were four strangers. A really hard time with that, but and I wasn't a stranger by that point with her, so trying to learn from you by observing what you would make of the book. I think that she was trying to I've always suspected, never had verification of it, but I always suspected that she was outside the living room wall, in her astral form, watching watching my reaction, watching my family's reaction. I don't think I've ever verbalized that to anybody. And she's on the other side, and she knows she's not welcome in my home. Although she did show up last year, spring of last year, 2025, and I had a few choice words to say to her. Nice, lovely little frickin' conversation. Anyway, yeah, it would have been nice to have been, but to have been told, do you remember you're an ET abductee? I think it would have changed things. I don't know. It may have changed things to the detriment if she had told me, but I think about things like that. It's just one of those things, it's not really an overthinking thing, but yet it is at the same time. So what they obtained from that, probably my stunned shock. I know that with what I was picking up from my grandparents, and my mom, they were, and quite honestly, I now believe all three of them were ET abductees. And my step-grandmother's family, when they hear that, will probably freak the F out. I believe that my mom and my grandfather and my biological grandmother were. Does that mean that my step-grandmother may have been? Not in the grand scheme of things with what I now know, not necessarily, but it's very, very possible. Have I asked my step-grandmother if she was an ET? No, I haven't. She shows up every once in a while. It's really nice to have her energy around. I've missed her. And over the years, we worked on our relationship. We had a really rough relationship. I used to, so much so that I used to ask my mom when I was growing up, at 8 years old, 6, 7, 8 years old, why doesn't so-and-so like me? What did I do? What was wrong? What was wrong with me for her not to like me? And it had nothing to do with me as an individual. I learned that over the years, but it wasn't until, I don't know, about, excuse me, 4 to 6 years before she died that we actually started working on our relationship. And I don't think she ever told her sister or her niece or nephews that she and I had been working on our relationship, because by the time she passed, it got real interesting that night. And for a while afterwards. And the following year was horrific with what they put my grandfather through. But anyway, God, he was so betrayed by them. He was so deeply hurt. Anyway, sorry, I'm going through memories that just watching my grandfather go through what he went through was just, and then to have somebody as a betrayer. But anyway, somebody else in the family. Left a lasting impression on me, that's for damn frickin' sure. Anyhow, the frick was I gonna say? Oh, so regarding the book, these individuals, I do believe that the psychic, what I call the psychic bitch from hell, I do believe that she was there watching. I do believe that because she knew that she could not enter my home. I would go after her if she did. In Astral. She was coming into my home in Astral. And she was very distinct in scent, in energy. Her energy had how do you say this? It's like a buzz about it. It's almost like she's one of the very few people that I have ever met throughout my entire life where there is a specific kind of frequency coming off of them, just not only when I was physically around her that one time, and when she was in my home that one time. And when I stood up to her, oh God, I was pissed off at her. It's like, you don't frickin' enter my home in Astral. That is a cross the line. My home is, and this is how it should be for every person on this planet. Your home is your private area. It is off limits unless you allow a person into your home. Otherwise, it is a true invasion of privacy. So anybody coming in to watch you, doesn't matter if you're taking a dump on the toilet or if you're in your room and you're having relations with somebody, sexual relations with somebody, and you've got an observer in Astral, and because you're not a psychic or you're not a medium or you're not an energy worker, you're not picking it. I'm sorry, I call that into question. That's foul. That's somebody's privacy. That is their home. That is an invasion of their personal space. It's none of your effing business what someone else does in their own home. So, yeah, I think she was out on the, because I didn't see her and I didn't feel her energy within the perimeter of my home at the time that we had the book. But yeah, the potential is very much there for her being out on the deck, on the lanai, or whatever the hell you want to call it, and watching, because it was still daylight. We didn't have the curtains drawn or anything like that. You could still see up the, I was going to call it a driveway. It's not a driveway. You could see up the alley, the gravel alleyway. And we looked out onto a, I don't know if it's still a open grassy field or not, but anyway, so yeah, there's that. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked because I've got so many, yeah, I've got, having such a hard time with these lights. Just a second. Do you have any personal first stories? Yes, I do. Math and physics practitioner, R3H or N. Do you have any personal first-hand stories? Yeah, I've got tons of them. Go back in and listen to the replays, and you'll find all kinds of them. The hearts are flowing. Yeah, damn, check. Yeah, very true. Laboyle? I don't know. I'm trying to... really am having a hard time with that I. It's not the I, it's the... There we go. Laboy... I'm not even sure. Remember, the past is for learning, the present is for living, and the future is for growing. I completely agree with that. Just now imagine my great-grandpa standing at my bedside and he was smiling. I imagine him reaching over to my side table and tap one of my statues. The statue fell. What the WTF? Okay. Ivanka Saunders, thanks for your answer. I'm glad the algorithms brought me to your channel during my insomnia attack. Oh, hon, I hope you can sleep. I know what that's like. It's been really rough this past week, combined with all the different, various different kinds of pain levels I was going through. I'm still having problems with the sleep stuff, but that's from the targeting shit. It's one of the ways that it affects my body. The Warrior's Angel. Hi, people. Hey, Warrior. Yeah, somebody mentioned Susan B. Anthony and going, Susan B. who? Good God, I can't type. That's funny. Not dealing with that shit. Jet Builder 98. I'm in Nashville. Hello, Nashville. Hey, Jet Builder, how you doing? Exo LO20 Astral projection feels invasive. I can literally feel when someone is watching me. I've always heard them called monitoring spirits. I honestly just ignore it. I don't know how much... I don't know much about that side of life. Yeah, it's a completely different ballgame. Battleliner, who is Robert White, knows quite extensively about that. He's quite well astral traveled. You can astral travel through portals, through wormholes, through vortexes, into other galaxies. You can see other planets. You can see other star systems. You can go damn wherever you want to go. That's pretty incredible. Shano, that's not nice. Joe Monk, I want night vision. It's dark out here. Yeah, okay, sweetie. Murph. 1201. Hi, Nikki. Hello, Murph. How you doing? I want my X-ray vision and maybe some fried chicken. Okay. Cool background. Glad you like the background, Justin. Justine? I can't. Hang on a minute. Oh, just in time. Pretty nifty. 2102. Cool background. Awesome. Hello, hun from Australia. Hey, Debbie Palantine. How you doing? Come on in. Have you played Dead by Daylight? No, I have not. Ooh ee ooh ah ah ting tang wah wah bing bang. That was a very piss poor version of it. Anyway. Yeah, so I was being asked why I was targeted. Hello from New Zealand. So the topics. Well, let's see. Unexpectedly went into targeting by government and why and how. We also had paranormal. We had astral traveling. Grieving, which is originally what I started on talking. Oh, I'm glad you like the wall tapestry. Thank you. Anyway, so here's this book. Here's the book my family is reading, and lo and behold, I have my hands on it for 18 hours, and I've got a photographic memory, and I asked a retired agent of government if the book was really real, and he tried to hypnotize me without my permission, and 4 days after I returned home, I have a 3, possibly 4-man. I say possibly 4 because I still don't know if the 4th one was real or not. And just some projected image that they did. I always say 3. I had 3 military men attack. And then I defended myself. And in the process of doing so, I heard a very loud, high-pitched scream, like that of a man screaming in the most extreme agony of pain. And the way I've typically described it is it sounded like a man screaming like a little girl. Because the pitch was so loud, and it was their lead guy. And I'm done with that shit. This is not fake. If you can't handle it, what the hell are you doing here? 63 on the numbers means something to somebody. Anyway, if you believe it's fake, why are you even in my chat? So basically, it went to a situation where they then offered to buy me off, and they headhunted me, asking me, well, they didn't ask me, they were like, you need to come and teach us how you did that. And I'm like, why the F would I teach you anything? And it progressed from there into nightly attacks. It went from the nightly attacks, and eventually over time with different team players, different agents. Went from that into going into eventual frequency targeting. Well, no, it went from that into astral targeting. They started targeting me via astral. And then it went into frequency weapons. So, yeah. Jesus Christ loves you. Yeah, loves you too. Hello. Nico, I believe you, honestly. Thank you. So that's why the targeting. Was because I asked a retired government agent about a book, and he essentially turned my name over to his buddies in government. And that's how I got... That was very obvious. I wouldn't have been targeted if he hadn't have said bullshit one. But he was so excited to come back to me the following day to find out if his hypnotism worked. Man, I kid you. Anyway, I have choice words for that individual. Choice frickin' words. So... Sorry, my brain, I gotta stop that way of thinking. That's, no. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah, all because I asked about that book. And I didn't pay attention and I didn't listen to my own guides. Woo, 7364 on the numbers. I didn't pay attention to my guides. So, yeah, that was... may I ask what the book was about? Everything that the U.S. government had on, or has, has on ufology since 1932, 1933. And I've been targeted ever since. Jet Builder. I am so not up for that tonight. Hang on a minute. Okay. Liz Winona, are you a psychic? Yes. Hello, Haley. Sending you telepathic message. Please answer, please. Oh my God. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Ian, oh my God. Ian Coppersus, 1950. I'm sure that somewhere in the book mentions the Bermuda Triangle. I know for a fact that it is a portal to somewhere. Mm. Okay. Hello, Sarah Birdie 82. I've never given the title of the book, and I never will. But the legendary quote-unquote red book is said to be really red. This book was not red. R-E-D. But it did have a name to it. And it had a lot of government official names on it. Let's put it that way. On the front cover, on the inside embossing. Do you really call that? Yeah, you would call that embossing. On the following pages, it did as well. It gave names of officials who wrote. Jet builder, are you really a jet builder? You working for Boeing? Or are you a boat yacht builder? Anyway, I lost my frickin' train of thought over that. Okay. Anyhow, yeah, okay. Anyhow, we're moving on because you and I need to have a chat privately. Oh, I hate being in hospitals, James. James M3G9F. Psychics don't bet on horses for the same reason faith healers don't work in hospitals. Well, as a psychic medium, I hate hospitals. One, because they are a pain in the ass to deal with regarding being intuitive of any kind. Being intuitive of any kind. Somebody screenshot this, would you please? There we go. Wendigo worrisome. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, so Great Pyramid of Giza. Oh. See, now I'm starting to wind down. I didn't want to be on longer than 2 hours. I'm 2 hours and 55 minutes right now. Psychics don't bet on horses for the same reason faith healers. So I was talking about hospitals. Yeah, I'm very appreciative of the medical staff. Don't get me wrong. That's not why I don't like hospitals. Why I don't like hospitals is because and it's yeah, you got a lot of folks who are sick in hospitals. I get that. I understand that. Hello, Susie. I think it's Susie Radiant 570. I think that's. No, I did not. Nico, no, I did not. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. Point being about the hospitals is that there's an air pressure in them. They pressurize the insides of the buildings. That's one. I can't handle the pressurization. I don't like it. It actually hurts my body. It actually physically hurts my body. And so there's a pressurization in the buildings themselves. And you can really feel it when you're near a door, especially one that slides open and closed. And the other reason is because of all the creepy crawlies around, the paranormal creepy crawlies around hospitals. I've come across way too many, thank you very much. And that's the real reason why I don't like them. Wow, okay, Catherine Kabong 3898, huge hippo. Gee, aren't you a freaking nice individual? Choose your words nicely, dear. Could be. Amy, Nikki, the first time I developed a serious physical malady, excuse me, was with hours of springing someone from a mental hospital. Related? Yeah, could be. You could have had an attachment, a traveler who chose to detach from somebody else or from the individual you knew, and yeah, that can happen. You can, ouch, hang on a minute, move. Yeah, they, that can happen. You can have an attachment from, hell, just going grocery shopping. Oh, so fun. Yeah, so hospitals, psych wards of hospitals, things like that. Yeah, you can end up with all sorts of stuff. You got to stay well protected if you enter a hospital. That's why I hated going to the ER when I did, because it was just like, oh, come on, I'm already not feeling good. I need to be checked out, and this is what I'm having to revert to, is to go into an ER. And if I had, okay, this is a kind of like a weird wish, but if I had a massive amount of money, what I would do is I'd have physician, personal physician, because kind of like a concierge physician type of situation. Simply because I despise entering hospital buildings. I've had so much paranormal. When I was with my mom, I was when she was in the hospital, and she was in for 2 weeks at a time. I was there damn near 24/7. So I could be there for 18 hours. My son would take turns with me. He would take a shift. I'd go home. I'd get some food. I'd take a shower and I'd crash out. I'd sleep. And, oh, stop it, stomach. Don't start with me right now. And, spirits. I mean, all kinds of, not just spirits. You had wanderers. You had spirits who were wanderers who stayed in the hospital. You had spirits who were, they chose to be there. Some didn't understand that they were there. I don't get that. I just don't get that. That's a choice. That's a choice. Why would you choose to stay? I don't get that. Anyway. So you got that. Oh, God, I haven't had one of these in quite a while. Whew, that's a nice treat. Been drinking a lot of lime or lemon water with a little bit of sweetener. And I don't know if you can see those. Those little things at the bottom, that's all slices of ginger. Anyway. Yeah, with my favorite sweetener. So that really helps boost everything. Anyway, sparkling ice is a nice little treat. I don't get to have that very often. Anyhow, not like I used to. But yeah, I'd have my own doctor, because I'm like, I do not like going into the buildings like that. There's just, it's for somebody who's got abilities. You can see things, or you can see the demonic side. Try watching one of those things come up a frickin' hallway. That'll really put you off your everything. Really rather pissed me off. I was so thankful I was on the phone. I was on a video call with a girlfriend at the time. It was the middle of the night, and she had just gotten home from work. And it was something like we had started talking around 11:15, 11:30 that night, 11:35 or something. And she and we just got to talking, and right around midnight, and the halls are dead quiet. And I have told this story before. It's been a while. And this thing, it's like a black gooey substance, but a light energy. I don't know how else to explain it. It's like it had a core of blackness, and then it spanned out and waved itself, kind of like out into the etheric. So you had like this gray solid black gooey matter in the center. This is elongated, and coming out from that was this gray energy kind of form. And I could hear it. It was talking to itself as it was coming up. And it was an inclined hallway. And it was of this, going into this hospital wing. And I had worked my way out of my mom's room and into the waiting area where these 4 hallways converged. And I was trying to be really quiet, because I knew in hallways like that, voices travel. Oh, Nima Taylor 7489. I will answer that question shortly, okay? My mods, if my mods are still in here, because I only had my mods for 2 hours or thereabouts. If they're still in here, please leave that. Andrew Wilson 8444. You can't get an attachment from shopping. You got to basically invite it in. No, that's not true. That's forms of possession. I'm not talking about forms of possession. You can have an attachment that can attach to your soul cord. I've had it happen to myself. And I didn't even know that that was possible. The attachment that I had was because I was in my own home and I was asked by a paranormal group to check on a specific piece of property and a house. And I did. And inside the home, it was an empty home. I mean, no furniture, nothing. Just an empty home. I was asked to look at it. And I went via higher consciousness. Other people would call it a form of astral projection. To me, it's not a form of astral projection. I've done astral projection. This was not it. I went there. I spent a lot of time in front of a closet because a child had been kept in that closet in the 1800s. Excuse me, 1800s. I apologize, inaccurate numbers. Anyway, in the 1800s. And what I didn't know, that yes, I was feeling the energy of the little boy, but he was trapped in the home. And I met the woman who had trapped him. She had also trapped a 17-year-old teenage girl who would have been classified in the 1800s as a woman. Mid-1800s as a woman. And the interesting thing is that this boy and that girl were not on any registry in that town, because I asked. And that little boy came back with me, and I felt like I was pregnant. And I asked Robert White, who comes in here as Battle Liner, and he's one of my mods, and he came in, and I said, you need to check me. I need to know if I'm ET hybrid pregnant, because I feel like I'm carrying twins. And he is a psychic medium and an energy worker. And I've worked quite extensively with Robert and with a few others. A couple of my mods I've worked with. But I've worked extensively with Robert, and I've worked extensively with Joe Monk. who's also a mod in here. And so Robert, he's like, yeah, you're not only ET pregnant, you've got a little boy about 7, 8 years old attached to you. And I went, what? Kind of lost my shit over that. 8170 right now. Stuart Hunter, U7GL, ha ha ha. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Well, if you think it's funny, stick around. There's more to come. Maybe. If you can't handle it, then get the hell out of my chat. Yeah, so you can have attachments. It can happen. So this was a few years back. And it was quite the situation. He's like, "Oh yeah, you're ET hybrid pregnant with a boy, and you've got an attachment, and he's attached to your soul core." I went, "Shut the fuck up!" And I was like, "I'm sorry, but say that again to me." And he told me, and I was absolutely stunned. Totally and completely stunned. I knew I was, I suspected at that point in time that I was ET hybrid pregnant already, but I wasn't sure on it. And I was about, 3 weeks in, I think. 2, 3 weeks in. And usually the babies are very telepathic with me. So, usually. All the ones in the 1990s were, but yet weren't at the same time. I don't know how to explain that. I do. It's just, it really will get long and drawn out. You think this is something. Whew. Anyway, so the result of that one was I found out that, yeah, he was very much attached to my soul cord, and I literally, as a psychic me, I didn't know that that was possible. So yeah, you can have attachments attached to you. You do not have to invite them in. And the reason why he attached to my soul cord was because I was a source of protection for him in a major way. I could stand up against the spirit who had trapped him, essentially. Not only did she imprisoned him in that house, she wouldn't let him leave that house. And she kept trying to put him back in the closet that she had stuffed him into when she was alive and living. And when you see claw marks on the inside of a closet, now you got to remember this was the mid 1800s. And she stuffed him in there, and I was smelling the furs, and I could see the different, I was seeing it through his eyes. Everything this woman did to this child when they were both physically alive, as a parent, I wanted to go after her with everything in me. It'd been a while since I'd seen some really wicked, and I was like, oh, lady, you and I then I got talked to by a guide, and I got told that because this was a classified, I can't think of what it's classified as. It's classified as a legitimate haunted house. I just can't remember how that becomes a thing in Washington State. And I got told by my guides and then reminded by a hierarchy that I should leave the old lady alone because she's what is keeping the historical thing historical. And I went, you've got to be frickin' kidding me. She needs to be handed. I was pissed. It's to this day. Anyway, so that kid stayed with me for a number of hours. It'd been about 3 days prior. And I mean, I felt like I was pregnant and carrying low. Ladies, if you know what the hell I'm talking about, you get it. When you carry low and you're about to... that is how I felt with these two kids. And I was... wow. When baby, I didn't realize it until not very long ago, but baby was protecting himself. Little hybrid was protecting himself from the energy. But yeah, it's like, you don't F with me when it comes to kids. I'm like, no way. That is abuse on the physical side, and then that bitch took it right over to the other side, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You got a spirit pulling that kind of crap? No way in hell. I'll make them eat their... No. No way. Not on my watch. So, really kind of shit just pisses me off no end. No, I didn't beat her up, but let me tell you, she and I had words. Repeatedly, in fact, because about 2 years later, I was at that house. Not in it, but standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at it, tapping my foot, going, come on, bitch, bring it. And she's like, the second you step into this house, you ever step into this house, you're mine. And I'm like, oh, no. I belong to God. I belong to Jesus. You can't touch my soul. And what you did to a... So basically, I got told to leave her be, let her be her, and the 17-year-old, she wasn't there anymore. So all this bitch has to do is keep herself occupied in that house because that's where she wants to be. And I was like, fine. She better not take it out on any living human. That's all I gotta say. Because I'll come after her damn ass. And I don't have to be dead to do it. So, that pissed me off. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. You get handed over to the angels. You pull that kind of shit, I will hand your ass right over to the angels and let them deal with you. And let me tell you, they've got places that they can be put when you've got a soul doing that kind of shit. But when I get told by a hierarchy and my guides, you might want to consider and then get told, no, you kind of need to leave. And I'm like... So I've never gotten to get that energy out of my system. So there you go. All I heard was this bitch and was immediately interested. Go off. I already did. Yeah, we forget that guiding energies are strong. Yeah, I agree. Aussie Nana 63, hello. Let's see. Kathy Doherty, R8Z, what happened to your baby? The hybrid... So I crossed over the 7, 8 year old. Well, I keep thinking of him as an 8-year-old. I crossed over the little boy, the 8-year-old boy. I don't even remember his name, unfortunately. I've got it written down. I've got all of his information written down. And the weird thing is he was not on any register in that town. That is what disturbs me even more. Where the hell did this kid come from? You know, I mean, I know they weren't great at record keepings in the mid 1800s, but still. So, whoops. Oh, bugger to beans, man. Been too warm in here then. Oh well. At least I get some of the lip balm on, because lips are starting to bug me. Anyway, so what happened to my hybrid baby? Went to his full term of 3 months and ended up getting to do the circadian rhythm bonding chair with him on board ship, and can't remember if he's the one or if it was the one, it was the baby after him that had all the emotions. No, it was the one after him. Oh. Yeah, this is, so that all, if I remember right, that all happened around 2020, 2021. And I think it was 2022 that I went to the house. Well, God, that bitch, she was standing at the top window, very tipped. I don't know what the hell that window goes to. I don't even care. Well, she was up. I took a picture and I went, oh, I don't know if you're going to show up in the picture, but we'll see. There's a very odd shadow, but I can't. If I had done a 35 millimeter camera or digital camera, I would have been with a zoom lens. I probably would have been able to catch whatever, but because this is a cell phone that I was using, an old cell phone at the time, there's an odd shadow up in that window, but I can't claim. I wouldn't even begin to claim because that's not even. You'd have to see a clear, defined image for me to say, yeah, there's a spirit. I've looked at buildings before in pictures, and sometimes you can get energy off of if you're not seeing one, because your psychic vision is skewed just a bit, or if you're not feeling good. I mean, anything can screw with that. That could be anything from hormones to frequencies to emotions to, oh, whatever the talk of the day is that may be upsetting. But yeah, he went on. He's now in the sciences. As far as I understand, he's in the sciences field, I guess you would call that, with the ETs. Tina Jenkins, you belong to God? You're being deceived. The energy you're feeling is certainly not from God. Wow. Well, that's your opinion. Hey, cool cat. How you doing? I believe I remember you from last week. Renee in Los Angeles, California. Cool cat. Renee, Los Angeles, California. They weren't. They were off of a UFO. Yeah. He's asking, or this. Dang it! Just a second. Oh, shut up, stomach. Los Angeles County. Did President Eisenhower have meetings with UFO Martians? Martians, no. UFO, yeah. ET's off that, yeah. Yeah. You always amaze. Jet Builder 98, were you always amazing? You're only stronger now. I don't know if I was always amazing. I know I wasn't. I was like everybody else. Nebula. Yep. There's a nebula back there. Well, butterfly nebula. You're making fun of people and you know it. Okay, the Warriors. I misspelled your name. Okay. It's not an airport. The hell are you talking about, Haley? I have not a goddamn clue. It's not an airport. Have a nice flight, Stuart. Okay. Hello, Moon 51. Okay. Kathy Dorothy, who was the father? E.T. I'm in a hybrid. Okay. I'm an ET abductee. I'm 57 years old. I am the surrogate mother of over 30 hybrid ET human hybrid children. They've had me in one of the various hybridization programs long before I was 13 years old. My first hybrid pregnancy was at age 13. Back then, they were doing, for me, they were doing 5-month-long pregnancies. Sorry, I got a brain fart. My brain just went right into the PCOS and many female abductees, not all, but many are PCOS or have PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome. I do not go through depression, but I have all the other symptoms. I deal with the brain and the body differently than a lot of other people, and I did extensive research in the early 1990s, and it's the only extensive research with a phenomenal naturopathic doctor back then. I don't even know if he's still alive. He and his wife, God, they knew their shit. And because he put me on a specific routine regimen for a year and a half, it was a very difficult year and a half, but we got my body as healthy as it could possibly be and kind of tricked it in some ways. And it's because of that I was able to become even remotely pregnant. Even remotely, that sounds so funny. But anyway, oh, got it. There we go. Some of that is a little bit better. Anyway, so yeah, because I got the body in the right hormonal whatever, and we weren't trying, we were only simply trying to get my body well and healthy, and it took extreme measures, and those measures are exceptionally difficult to maintain. I know people who have done it, but because I'm on the farthest end of the PCOS spectrum that you can ever be, according to what I've been told, with a couple of different doctors telling me that, the farthest end of the spectrum, and I've been in this career for over, well, one of them said 20 years, the other one said 30. And so it makes it really difficult to reduce weight, to anything. I have to have quite a team in order to do it, and I don't have any of that right now. But what I have learned regarding being an ET abductee is that in 2018, I started seeing a pattern of different women talking about the fact that they're ET abductees, and then later on in the course of the interview, they talk about the fact that they, oh shit. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, all my mods. I just realized what time it is. Thank you, all my mods who have been in here, who have stayed the 2 hours, or who have stayed longer than the 2 hours. Thank you. I really didn't want to go beyond 2 hours and 3 hours and 31 minutes in. But what I noticed in 2018 was that there were a number of, not a lot, but a number of women who were ET abductees who were on different podcasts, on different shows, talking about the fact that they were well, not how I was saying it, but they were talking about they were in a hybridization program, and that they were essentially surrogate moms to hybrid children. And it would later come out that they would mention that they had PCOS. And I went, you've got to be kidding me. And so I started asking my guides to then, if that was really the case, to start showing me more, putting more things in my path that would show more of that. And they did. And then I was in the chat on SOR, which is SOR is Spaced Out Radio. What's another show that I would recommend to go watch about a number of different subjects? At least if you're not in in any of these subject matters and don't really know where to look, there's a number of places that I would go and look. That's one of them. Then you get and Dave Scott does a lot of interviews with a lot of different people. He's had his show both podcast as a podcast, and then eventually going into what is known as terrestrial regular radio. And so he can be found on different stations across the U.S. I believe a couple in Canada or BC, but I'm not sure. You'd have to go on to spacedoutradio.com to find out where all he's listed and can be listened to, but you can listen to him every Monday through Friday nights, 9 p.m. Pacific time, YouTube. And a number of other locations. Just look it up. But anyway, he had a guest on, and the guest name was, it wasn't Samantha Mowat, it was, Geraldine Orozco. And I had asked a question, and she does a lot of counseling with people who are abductees and just numerous other individuals. And One of the things that I had asked was, please ask Geraldine if she has come across more women who are PCOS, who are in ET hybridization programs. And she had said something to the effect, and I think this was in 2019 is when I asked, but I couldn't tell you what month. Not a clue right now. But her response is what really got me, in the sense of, oh my God, somebody that gets it. It was a big, big deal for me. And I had asked the question, something along the lines of, have you noticed more and more women who have PCOS are ET abductees who are in who are in one of the various, hybridization programs? Okay. Yes, I know you guys are coming. No. Sorry, I'm getting a weird thing in my left ear. So the next 24 hours to 9 days, I'm going to be abducted. That's going to be fun. Joy. Sorry, folks. There are times it gets old. And then there are times where it's like, oh, come on. Really? Can't go another week, please? Excuse me. There's something I was going to say, and I'm trying to remember what the hell it was. Anyway, so we're dealing with babies. We were dealing with... Crap. I lost my train of thought. Anyway. Whew, that is just too intense on my eyes. There we go. Whew. Much better, though I don't know how long it's going to stay that way. Whoop. Boy, how did that happen? There we go. Come on. Get off. Steve Dittman. Think about why. And I am not repeating that question on my show, chat, whatever this is. Denver Airport. No, I'm not talking about Denver Airport. Haley. What? I have PCOS. Haley, are you from Seattle? Cat toes and pig nose. Does PCOS make you psychic? Is that what you just said? I just joined. No. If you have PCOS, I would be asking, though, if, I'm not saying every woman that has PCOS is an ET abductee. I'm just making the correlation. It was a hell of a correlation when we do not need to throw up. Whoops, hello. That has some Coca-Cola in it. Sorry, guys. I don't usually drink Coca-Cola, but I've had it around for the last couple of weeks between the migraines and the body pain and not feeling quite right. And I've gone really frickin' pasty. Okay. Fit. Fight. Fight we. Maldavius? PCOS doesn't make you psychic. It does tend to break women's psychology, change women permanently depending upon how old, severity of PCOS, but it doesn't make you psychic. Thank you. I agree 100%. It's only 5:45 a.m. here. Wow. Prairie Dawn 7753. What do your biological parents think? They're both dead. They're both dead, and my father is a spirit guide, and my mom's around. And both my mom and my dad, well, my dad has implied it, that he is an ET abductee. My mom cried when she was alive, and there's a story I don't know if I can go into right now. One, I'm too tired, and two, I can't handle the bawling that I will do because it's about my mom. But essentially, last year I talked about a memory where my mom and I were telepathic together, and we went into each other's dream. It was a moment last year when my mom was actually doing well mentally, and because she had Alzheimer's and dementia, and that's a whole nother subject, but we were telepathic with each other after a certain point in time with her Alzheimer's and dementia. And there was a moment in time where we were going into each other's dreams, and she would come and visit me, and we were sitting in a living room that we both deeply loved and treasured. And I said, Mom, did you remember when we were abducted by ETs in the green van? And she started bawling right there in the dream, and she said yes. And we started to talk about it. And she could not... She was not able to speak a lot on it. She was able to show me bits and pieces of memory. I don't know how else to say that. And she got telepathic. Sorry, I'm clicking on this because this is an upsetting thing to me. She remembered it. And I'm very fortunate and very thankful that I can do lucid dreaming. And it has opened up a whole new world for me regarding connecting with different people. Psychic links in dreams, those are real. Found that out the hard way. That's a whole other subject. But yeah, are you a book author? No, Joe, hang on a second. Trying to block this. Parzek? Joe Parzek, I think that's how you say it. Parzek, please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing names. 3153, are you a book author? No. Although I have been working on my book. Anyway. Haley, I have PCOS and I'm a medium. Very interesting. Yeah, then it's very possible. not every PCOS woman is an ET abductee. Like, not every human, every woman on this planet is not an ET abductee. And it drives me, you didn't say this, this is me stating what drives me nuts. I have come across so many people, and usually women, when I make a statement like that, they're like, oh my God, you're saying all PCOS women are ET No, I'm not. It drives me up a frickin' wall. I'm not saying that, but there is a pattern. And with ET abductions, there's a season in the pattern. That's part of the pattern. So that's something to take into consideration as an ET abductee, is that there's a pattern, there's a season to abductions, and we're essentially, in the grand scheme of things, kind of like a great big cattle call. It's a type of a job for them. It's a hell of a thought to think about, but in the stuff I've seen on board, just, I don't know. Sometimes I have a hard time with it. Sometimes I, feel like I'm welcome back with open arms, and I usually am welcome back with open arms. And people, ETs mean a certain great deal to me, and especially the children. Oh my God. I mean, I've seen so many hybrid children on board in the nursery department. I don't know, what else do you call that? It's more than just a nursery room. But I have seen these extraterrestrials care for... Oh, I'm going to start crying. Now this is the emotional side of... And I'm already not feeling good. And I'm already pasties white. Not good. Not... I don't have the color in me right now. Anyway. I should not be on here anymore. Not tonight anyway. So the kids, the hybrid kids, I've seen hybrid kids that have been green in color. Oh, there goes the nose. God damn it. Blue in color, brown, tawny brown, really dark brown. I've seen children that have looked human, that have Caucasian skin color. The green has been human-esque. The blue has been human-esque. Human in appearance, human-like, except for the color of their skin. Or their eyes are different. Their eyes are really big. Really big. And blue, a real specific color of blue. It reminds me of that color of blue, but that's not the right color. It's called cerulean blue. I used to do art for many, many years, and it took me, and because I know it took me a long time to find the right color of blue, I was like, oh my God, that's it. And then I had to make sure it really was the right color of blue, because on different screens it can look as something else. So, yeah. So the eye color is cerulean blue. And that's on the ETs that I've seen. Okay. Where am I from? Seattle, Washington. Oh, I don't even know how to answer that right now. My brain is, Haley, just curious, if they can communicate with you anywhere, why do they need to abduct? Because they're going after genetics. They're going after a line of genetics. Heritage stuff, isn't it fun? Linda, oh God, doing this again, just a second. Linda Strang, 8703. So when you are abducted, does anyone wonder where you are and call police? I've not had that happen. Most of the time they take me out of my bed. Dawn, thank you for answering. Yeah, you're welcome. You look like your mom, in my opinion. Prairie Dawn, I'm sorry if I triggered you. I just was wondering if they knew of your ET pregnancies. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, it was my mom combined with, well, no, how do I say that? That would not be accurate, Nikki. Okay. One of the ETs made a psychic link with me. If we're going to get into detailed stuff, let's get into detailed stuff. And at the same time, my mother was near me and watched, observed, listened in. I don't know, how else do you say that? Oh, there's another one. There's another quote. Hang on. I can see now what's going to be famous taglines. Anyway. Better write it down now. Hear about it later. Okay, so ET, wondering if they knew about your pregnancies. So this psychic connection, basically what ended up taking place, the ET showed me all of my grandchildren. And my mom was there. And my mom, that was when my mom said, Nikki, you have siblings. And I was so excited and so happy to have found out that I am a grandparent. And I've got hybrid children who've had children. Many of them, huge portion of them look human. I was shown a vast amount of children and was told and got to see different ones of my hybrid children. They had come together at some kind of function or something. And okay, somebody's literally asking me, wow, but how did you know that that was really not an ET projecting images into your head? I don't, but the feeling that I had from it and my mother being there to verify essentially verify the information that what I was seeing was true, was valid, that I did have hybrid grandchildren. And then my mother telling me that I have siblings. I blew my mind wide open. I was like, what? What did you just say? And it was a real mind bender, to say the least. Say the very least. It was really a wild thing. So, yeah. So that's how I found out not only am I a sibling, because that's how I think of him, which is interesting because some of the hybrids do not consider, and my son doesn't consider himself a sibling. He grew up as an only child, just like I did. I grew up as an only child. So the hybrids that I've had in some of the conversations I've had with them as infants is that they don't consider him a sibling. And I'm like, okay, you need to understand the concept of what it is like on Earth regarding siblings. There's birth siblings, then there's siblings from marriage. So those are step siblings. So you and my son would be step siblings, just like I am a step sibling to my stepmother's children. We are step siblings. Depending upon how close, that's a whole nother ballgame. And every one of them is different. They all have their own belief system, but quite a few of them do not believe that we are step siblings. So there's that aspect of it. And my mom had a hysterectomy. She had a hysterectomy in her 40s. Here's something to think about. Why this popped up, I was just going to say I have no idea, but I do. Think about this. Are the firstborn female cousins, do they all have PCOS in your family? Have they all had hysterectomies? Or have they fought really hard not to have a hysterectomy? Are they ET abductees? Are they PCOSers? Are they soul sisters? Soul sisters, SOULCYSTER. And that's what I mean by that. So, sometimes you may find out things that way. And if you don't talk to your family and you don't know, that might be a problem later on. But yeah, I found out from not only the psychic connection that I had with this particular ET individual, my mom validated it. Hell of a shock to me. Thank you for the 100%, the hearts and the flowers, the bouquet of flowers. Thank you. So how does being abducted affect your work? A lot. Christoph, I can't even pronounce your last name. Is this yet another delusional nonsense stream? And comments like that are full of shit. Vincent, so are your comments. Your mom came by at Oak Ridge. Tyler D.E.W. trans man, you're my favorite LGBTQ plus streamer. Thanks for supporting our community. Most welcome. Yeah, I've got a number of friends who... I don't care what your freaking sexuality is. I like people. Don't give two shits what you choose to do sexually. Or choose to become. I don't care. I look at souls. We're human fleshies, as an old, very old 1980s ghosty with the mosties used to say. I can't Casper. We're fleshies, so you know. Anyway. Okay. Thank you for that, Tyler. I appreciate that. Do you have OnlyFans? No, I'm not on OnlyFans. Oh, good God, excuse me. Cleo is in Southeast Florida. Nice to meet you. Hello, Cleo. Don't know right now. Jet Builder, tell me what you know about Richland, Virginia, Washington, or... God, I think there's a couple of other states with Richland in it. Or are you talking underground tunnels? Cleo B. Wens. I was raised in Seattle. Cool. Cool Cat, what can you tell us about Stephen Not a fan. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not a fan of that individual, though he does make some interesting points and some good points at times, but I'm not a fan. People change over the years. And I've known people who knew him who've even said that directly to face, so, you know. Linda Strange, I'm sorry, I went off, I didn't get back to your stuff. 8703, so Linda is asking how long were you gone for then? Okay, so here's the difference being on board ship versus, trying to stretch, being on board ship versus being at home on Earth. Ow. Difference is that there's a time, I call it a time dilation shift on board the ships. On board a true ET ship. On board a U.S. government ET ship or a global Earth government on board an ET ship. Different ball game. Very, very, very different ball game. But on board a true ET ship, there is what I call a time dilation difference. The time is different. The air pressure on board is different. The time is different. There have literally been times where I have been gone from 9 to 13 days. And I have come back, placed back in my bed, and it's been 18 hours. Now, back then, at the time that was taking place, I wasn't being checked on in my room, in my own bedroom, because of the fact that I was having weird sleep hours. I was under attack via Astral and dealing with that, so I was upset with that shit. And that shit's been going on since 2019. The astral travel bullshit from the government, that's been 2019. So that's been a long effing haul. I have choice words to say to those. So, yeah, and I do get very angry over it, and I have every god right to be angry over it. Yeah, we do need to talk. JetBuilder98. Email me. RestoreBelief2022@gmail.com, I believe is the email. If not, double check. Go into the description box. Scroll all the way to the bottom of the description box. There you will find my email address. I'm really out of it right now. But how long were you gone? You can even appear to be sleeping and be physically gone because they can create an image. If they have an ET sticking around, which can happen, doesn't always happen, but it can happen. They can project an image. If you've got somebody walking it, they can project an image into that person's head, making it look like you're in bed. It's nothing for them. But not all ETs can do that. So, I mean, you know, I'll stay in touch, Nikki. Glad I found you. Yeah, good. Yeah, Nikki knows where I'm at as well, JetBuild. Yeah, let me know if which one of us you want to be in communication with. So, and I'll talk to Amy and find out what's. Yeah, she says I guess I'm kind of a ghost. Yeah, sort of sometimes. And at I've been at Fort Campbell lately. Why does that sound familiar? Fort Campbell. Why is that familiar? Denver is familiar too. It's driving me nuts. Anna Rodriguez. You so cute. Thank you. Appreciate that. Around that area. Okay. Why you sound like a satisfying reel? No idea. Honestly, you sound good. What's your Onlys fan? I don't have an Onlys fan. Whoo! Amy. I'm not repeating that one out loud, but that's a good question to him. No, it's a jet builder. Sorry. Cool Cat. Was JFK as... Where do babies feed? Dominator. Where do babies feed? Do you mean the ET babies? They don't suckle at the breast. Let's just put it that way. They're not allowed to. Cool Cat, as far as I know, psychically, there were a number of factors with that individual. Some of which I have gone into in other podcasts, other things. Dominator, the babies, when they are removed, it depends on which hybridization program you're in. I'm in one where I'm taken, impregnated, pregnancy for 3 months, then they abduct you again. They remove the infant, they put you back, they put the infant they put you back home, but they put the infant in what's called a gestational container, where the baby then, at the 3-month-old stage, then ends up living in that container and being heavily monitored by nursemaids. And each infant has a nursemaid of their own that attends to them. And that nursemaid comes in and checks sleeping and monitors the baby's welfare. And they have, some of them have communication time. Some of them don't. Just depends on the species that has been, the race and species that has been spliced and diced with the genetics with the human to create this hybrid. Some of them look like human babies. Others do not. Others look like a combination of a human and a gray. Others look like human with a feline, or a human with how do I say that? Kind of like a gray in combination with other ET species and races. So I just don't know how do you word, how do you word that? So there's all that aspect into it. Sing me happy birthday. My name is Nezreen. Well, Nezreen, I suck at singing right now, and I don't have the voice for it, but I can definitely wish you a very happy birthday, and I hope you have a very good one. AP Percy 8831. They are down there for sure. Sorry if that's scary. Deep sea. The things that are different in the deep sea. Yeah, very different in the deep sea. There are ETs down there. You mean a furry? Yeah. Yeah, Lyran or Laborian or one of the other species races of ET that has fur. Are Bigfoot hybrids, not that I'm aware of. Ugh. Savannah, do you know anything about portals? Yeah, I do. What do you want to know? I don't know everything, but I know what I've seen, what I've witnessed, what I've experienced. I know that us humans can open a portal with the right frequency and the right energy coming from your core. You can open a portal. Some people can do it without even blinking an eye. I mean, Robert White's really good at it. Yeah, I've seen him do it. Linda Strang is saying 8703. People claim Bigfoot come and go through them. Yeah, they do. Matter of fact, I've had big Sasquatch come and check on me. In my other, well, they've only been here once that I'm aware of. Well, I kind of questioned the second time. So, but once I can definitely say they've been here. But at the other apartment, they would come and go. I'd have the heat at 72, 73, 74 when it was anywhere from 18 to 32 degrees outside. And right opening up right behind me to my right, I'd get this great big gust, giant gust of wind, as if my sliding glass door was wide open. But it wasn't. There was nothing open. All the windows were closed and locked, doors closed and locked. And ice cold air coming in, and you could smell a Sasquatch. And I'm like, okay, walk in, and then please close the portal, please, because that is some serious mountain air. And yeah, they got real interesting real fast. Used to come and check on me quite often. Now not quite as much. Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for answering my question. Very interesting. Yeah, very welcome. Yeah, Fae can open portals. All kinds of, not every kind, but quite a lot of Fae can open portals. Humans can open them. ETs can open them in the blink of a frickin' eye. Or at least from what I know of the ones that can do it. I know that came across as all ETs can do that. I don't believe that all ETs can do that. That's just like saying all ETs are telepathic. They're not. Not all ETs are telepathic. Or it's like saying all ETs are, all reptilians are bad and all the greys are bad. No, they're not. You got some that are good, some that are bad, some that are in between, and some that are love and light. So, I mean, you get all different kinds. So, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Jet Builder. If you don't know what you're doing, leave it alone. Yeah, I totally agree with that. If you don't know how to do it, don't frickin' bother, because you could be opening another dimension. That's no damn joke. I have seen Robert and I think Amy was involved in one of those calls with a mutual, now deceased friend of ours. Yeah, not good. You do not want to be opening portals to other dimensions, especially if you don't know what the hell is on that other side of that doorway, because a portal is a doorway. That is not something you want to F around and find out with. That's for sure. Lauren Harrington, 2480. 4. Nikki, you need to read the Book of Enoch. It will answer 99% of your questions, not a religion. It's factual information. You are really close to the truth. Yeah, Tatha? Oh, that looks really familiar. Thank you. Mish Shelley, good day. What can close a portal? One's orbs seem to be flying through. Okay, one orbs seem to be flying through. What can close a portal? Oh man. Well, there's all different sorts of things that can close. Ouch, ouch. But if you created it, you've got to close it. Otherwise it can be left open. You know, that's something that I would probably ask Robert. Because as far as I know, I've never opened a portal. But I've been around a lot of people who can. He's the first one I would go to find out how he does it. I would only imagine it would be a matter, it's a specific kind of energy, frequency, specific kind of frequency in the body, specific kind of thought process on the soul, process on the body as well. And just an FYI, if you get into, now this is a psychic part of this stuff. If you, I'm trying to pop my knee. If you get into dealing with higher levels of consciousness, there are numerous things that you can do automatically. Actually, that's a really good question. Dominator, did Sasquatch smell really bad? There have only been a couple of times when Sasquatch has smelled really bad. One where it was a male, he came in and he smelled like ass. Like feces on fur stuck to an ass. That's it. Oh God, it was bad. It was really, really bad. Another time was when they smelled like a dog. Like a wet dog. They'd been out. It was a female. She had been out in the rain a lot. I got the impression she was hunting or tracking. She was doing something with extreme focus. That much I know. And she came and visited me, and I was like, wow, hello, you're here. I'm like, what are you doing out in that weather? You should be inside where it's warm and cozy. And I just kind of got the sensation of a chuckle inside of her. I didn't hear it, but I felt it. How did I know it was female energy? Excuse me. Going back up through the chat. Hang on. Yes, Jet Builder. What's your question, hun? Hello from Venezuela. Hello, Vincent. Okay. So, and then I've had Sasquatch here, well, at the other place, the other apartment, where I could tell that they had just taken they had just cleaned, is what I should say. I could tell, I could smell, I don't know how to say this. I could smell the water. It wasn't ocean water, it was river water. And there's a difference in the smell between river water, lake water. So running water, there's a difference in energy between river water, which is flowing and moving, versus lake water, which sits usually, versus ocean, which is flowing, which it's a different kind of flow. It's an ebb and flow. But you will smell the salt crystals dry on the fur. That's not what I was smelling on this individual one that had come through. And so I could smell that well, there were two of them that smelled almost identical. The energy, one was a male, one was a female. And it's not always the male, I should say it this way, it's not always the females that come. It's usually the males, because they are in a this specific Sasquatch clan is in a matriarchal system. So their matriarch is a female, which is what matriarch is. I mean, it's female. And so one of them that showed up had gone through a river. And they had dried themselves near some kind of heat source, and yet also on top of pine boughs. Like, because I could smell the pine. I could smell the pine branches and the sap. And I could smell really dry dirt, like old, not moldy, musty, but dry, musty dirt. And so I knew that they had a cave. They were in a cave, or had come from a cave. We're not in a cave at that moment, but had come from a cave. And the other one, the smell was a combination of that river water, but also like they had walked through a lake. There was something about there was a combination of senses, but that one was dry dirt, old dry dirt, not moldy, definitely dirt musty, and there was iron around, some kind of like rusted iron in the air type of thing. Ouch. Life is rocky. Would you go? We're not getting into that. Okay. Dark energy just came in. Yeah, hang on a second. Dominator, and how come we've never seen young Sasquatch? Okay, in answer to that, they're extremely protective of their young. I mean, like, there's nurseries. From what I understand of other individuals who know more about that than I do, hell of a lot more than I do about it, they've talked about the fact And I do know that Sasquatch are very protective of their young. It's like there's a couple things you don't F with, and that's one of them. You'll get the entire clan coming after you. At least in my opinion. I don't know that for sure, but I would only assume based on what I've personally experienced with them being very, very protective. So I have a great love for them. The ones up at Mount Baker, they have been really freaking good to me. Very much love and appreciate them. And I do have to say, their energy, I mean, if they're using their frequency and their energy stuff, they can wipe out a human like it's nothing. If they're using it. But not all Sasquatch have that ability. Not from what I know. They don't. Not all of them are taught. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. Not all of them are taught how to use abilities, but the ones up at Baker, well, many of the ones up at Baker are taught that. And I know that some of the clans, I only found this out because of an experience in 2019. And some of the clans going down what we would know as the I-5 corridor southbound. And there's not Sasquatch along the corridor. I'm not saying that. Not by any frickin' stretch of the imagination. But what I am saying is that the Sasquatch in the areas to some distance away from I-5, they can keep track of you. And they can go from one clan to another doing tag team, going down the road just to be sure that you're okay. I had no idea that they would do that until 2019. Shocked the hell out of me. That's a whole nother story for a different day, but yeah. Remind me sometime if you come back to talk about that story. Or you can go into my description boxes below if you're on the replay and check in 2024 and before, and you'll find those kind of stories. They'll be in the description boxes because I'm very, very slow in getting the timestamps written up, backpedaling and backtracking through 2025. So I had to take a year off of that. I could not handle. It was just too much. And the last 2 months have been... phrase just popped into my head. Locked and loaded. And that comes from a Star Trek movie. Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. Where the frick did that come from? Anyway, I gotta get out of here. I gotta deal with some things and then go. It's like a revolving door. All kinds of trolls that are not worth the fecal matter scraped off the bottom of shoes come in here to harass in the wee hours of the morning. Yeah, they really do. Amy, they really do sometimes. Life is rocky. Yeah, okay. No, I think she was saying others that were being... I think Amy was talking about other people. Laura... Male hot. 9364. Ignore the trolls. They need to keep political out of the... Yeah, young ones are protected. Dominator. So there's a clan? Yikes. Okay, so Sasquatch, one, they don't like being called Bigfoot. At least to my knowledge, they don't like it. The other thing, a clan, for them, the word clan means family. For us humans, it means something completely different. And something that we know that is very derogatory and very negative. But for them, that word means family. Wow, thank you everybody for the 90 likes. Thank you for the 52 that are in watching, listening, or are in chat. That's to my right, but yeah, I understand because it's in reverse for me, so it's going to show up that way. So this picture is so P.E.W. 4600. What picture is that to your left? That is the Butterfly Nebula. That is what I saw when I was on board an ET ship when I was 4 years old in 1972. Hang on. Yes, 72. Shit. I am tired. Okay. Anyway, Butterfly Nebula. Let's see if I can flip it over. There we go. Oh, my little jar of lotion, magnesium lotion. Anyway, but yeah, that's what I saw. Well, it looked a bit different in 1972, but that was a picture, I believe, from 2021, 2019, 2021, 2022, somewhere in there. Spooky is okay, not so much time in. Oh, for God's sake, Samuel, what's Newton's first law of motion? Yeah. Yep, Dominator, correct. Solid White Mountains. Oh, God, okay, try and read this. Yeah, it's time to go. I saw one in the White Mountains across the Saco River. My dog was cowering, but he just stood and watched us. Yeah, usually. If they are using specific abilities, yeah, they will be aware. But not all of them are taught that. Michael Matthias, 2641. Okay, so you're going to tell something? Yeah, Michael, I know that. I was told that I was told, he's saying that, you're part of the clan. Yeah, I was told that I was part of their Sasquatch clan. And I went, what? Explain that to me, like, now. And for me to demand is, to say the least, not something you typically do with a matriarch of a family who has the abilities that this being has. When she was telepathic with me in 2019, she could have killed me in 2 seconds flat. She had the psychic ability, the energetic frequency. Matter of fact, she was so strong, I was to the point of almost screaming in my head, stop, because And it took her what I call lower downs to actually get her to comprehend that she needed to lower her energy because she was affecting me so strongly, so severely. What did you use to take the picture? That's not for me. That's a NASA. That's a. I bought it off of Amazon. I'm assuming they got it off of NASA or some other or James Webb or something like that, and it came in a tube. Matter of fact, I've got the tube sitting over here. It came in a tube about yay long and was all rolled up, and it was just how it was. Oh, really? Lauren Harrington, 2484. Nikki, I would love to do a master class with you on the guardian archangels of the Monad. I am sending you love, light, and peace. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, we aren't talking like that in here. Myrtle the turtle, you're out. Fried Greg sandwich. I would not have taken mushrooms this morning had I known I'd stumble across this. Oh, thank you, little Cam. Anyway, oh, they're tired. We're 4 hours and 42 minutes in, and it's time to go. Oh, excellent question. Okay, I got it. If nobody remove that just yet. Are Sasquatch and clan connected to UAP phenomenon? Says Goo. Okay, I have not a damn clue how to do this. Gulra Thura 8996. Are Sasquatch and clan connected to UAP phenomenon? They can be. Some can be. And based on how I understand it, the Sasquatch at Mount Baker cannot stand the ETs at all. I told them we didn't want to go, and they made sure we were earthbound, and I do mean earthbound. They ground every single one of us so that we could not be taken. And we're talking about a group of humans that they protected because I asked. None of us wanted to be taken. That I'm aware of. None of us. That were up in Mount Baker this one particular weekend. Lovely hair doing weird shit. Anyway, oh, KB 4432. I'm not going to read that out loud because I don't think you need the attention on that, so to speak. I don't know how to say that. Chasing the dream for 30 years. I don't know what to tell you. Uh, start changing your energy. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head right now, and this is not psychic, this is not, I'm just way too out of it for that. Make changes in your life. Oh, good Lord. Pardon me. Sorry, folks. I didn't even feel that coming. I usually try to mute myself if I go to burp. I do apologize. You had a fight with a Sasquatch? Oh, I bet. That would have been interesting. Her tech guru. Yeah, I understand that. Ruggins 62. My screen is cracked and blurry. Is this Don Lemon? No. Oh shit, I appreciate that. That's funny as crap. Okay. I don't have a clue as to what they say if Leo's the... Okay. Isaiah the Lamb. Chasing Love. Yeah. Yeah, it's, quit chasing it. One of the things that I have learned over the years is quit chasing it. Find things in your life to change for positivity's sake. Work on frequency and energy. Do I think that that's going to be enough? I don't know. Everybody is different. I do believe everybody has a soulmate. I do believe there's more than one soulmate out there, but I also believe that there's one true soulmate. And that's a different thing. Yeah, I agree, Isaiah the Lamb. Don't concentrate on finding. It is what I'm saying. Concentrate on you. Yeah. Become healthier, whether that's physically or mentally. Look into counseling if you need it. Look into... it's not always about it's about the... Yeah, there's attraction and there's different things of that nature, but look into it from your heart. Look into it from your soul. Not always easy. Anyway, folks, and hello to Tom Allen. Lauren Harrington, 2484, Nikki, one last thing. I have over 1,700 years of documentation and credible evidence of the Earth's connection to UFO. Also, photos to show proof of our planet's influence. Thank you. Okay. NKB is saying okay. Thanks for the okay, people. Thanks for the advice. Tom Allen, 6608. How old are you? I am 57, and right now I am looking at. I'm pasty as F, and I am really out of it. And I've been doing this too long right now. It's 4 hours, 50 minutes. Happy Australia Day. Yeah, well, since you put the effing crackpot on it, that's going to go away. Am I an alien? No. Um... Okay. Thank you, Amy and Little Cam, so very much for hanging out and Amy for staying awake. Oh my girl, thank you. I apologize to you, my dear. Did not and I only wanted to be on for 2 hours. I truly did not expect 4 going into 5. Couldn't shut myself off, could I? 57 Raven Rants wants to know how old are you? I am 57. No, that's not true. Aesthetic 422, is it true that God and aliens can't coexist? Cannot? Yeah, they can. They do. Hello. There are some ETs who believe in God, who believe in Jesus. There are many who don't. What do I believe? I believe in God. I believe in Jesus. I am an extremely unusual Christian. I get shit for it all the time. But I still believe in God and I still believe in Jesus. And I've seen both, and I've seen angels. And somebody had asked how tall are they? Or was it how tall are they? Or what they look like. I can't remember the exact question, but yeah, I've seen. I stopped counting at 25 feet one time when I saw an angel. It was a specific. You're Catholic, okay? Aesthetic 422. If you believe in God, you shouldn't believe in aliens. Oh, that is completely wrong. I know. That is your opinion, and I apologize for laughing at your opinion. I do apologize. But with what I know, that is completely inaccurate. Sorry. It's really inaccurate. If you had seen an angel, you would not be tipping on YouTube. Harry B. Monster. I have seen angels. I've seen numerous. Oh. I just got told Gabrielle's here. Michael's been here a lot lately. He's been doing a lot of removal for me. Because I'd been really not doing well this week. This week was really, really bad week for me. And I should not have been on air on Wednesday. On the show that I'm on. I should not have done that show. Because my pain meds had kicked in, and it was an interesting conversation. Anyway, yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm at the very end. So, all right. Chris Goda, you seem very confident. You need to consider cognitive warfare techniques. I can't say anything. But thank you for saying it. Thank you for talking about that. You supervised 2. I've seen a UFO in the early 1990s. I'll never forget it. And social media has just confirmed what I saw was a UFO. Awesome. 57, hun. Lauren, Nikki, you are a beautiful soul, and FYI, 52 years is young. I will send you some cures for your health. Thank you. I appreciate that. 57. I'll be 58 next month. Oh, I'm having a hard time with that one right now. How come you have pain? You have a condition, Harry B. Monster. Yeah, I've had combination of hormonal migraines. I've had 2 weeks of hell with that. And then I've had some pretty significant body pain that has caught me off guard. And part of that has been instigated from the frequency targeting. So, actually, there is a static, but I can't remember the. I need to not use the word can't. I am unable to remember at this time. There we go. Excuse me. That comes from counseling from the 1990s. Don't use the word can't. So, anyway, greetings from Greece. Well, hello, Greece. How you doing, dispassionate observer? Anyway, so that's why. That's why there's pain. 58. I was 58 3 times already. Oh, hon, I like your spirit. What is frequency targeting? Look up D.E.W. Capital, all caps. Direct energy weapon. Okay? Aesthetic 422, what do you mean? Do you have stomach issues? No, I'm not going to get into that. Bugsy Bugs 2250. Bugsy Bugs? Really? That's either from Looney Tunes or Disney, depending upon who did it. I can't remember who did Bugs Bunny. Direct energy weapon, D.E.W. Direct energy weapon. Yes, I do believe in dinosaurs. Tracy Wood. Hey, wait a minute. I was reading that. Tracy Wood, 4971. Just turned 62. I have SLEOA. Sojourns. Asperger's, and ADHD. I am the mother of 8, grandmother of 14, and single mother. I've been an RN for over 30 years. I'm mentally and physically exhausted. My dear, my heart goes out to you. And kudos, because 8 children and 14 grandchildren and being a single mom. Kudos, lady. I was raised by a single mom. Single moms are damn strong and have to be. Don't wag your finger at me, says Harry B. Monster. Yes, I know. KB, oh my god, I just had a realization I need to start dating older ladies. What is frequency targeting? Okay, so I think I got everything I wanted to. Oh, aesthetic. There is no evidence of aliens in the Bible. Yeah, you need to reread. Just a minute, folks. I'm dealing with a couple of little things that I'm not enthusiastic about. Okay. "60 revolutions around the sun." Yep. Coolly cool. Hello. KB, we're not dealing with the Greenland thing. Stacy Wood, stay safe, warm, and peace be with you all. You too. New South Wales. Okay. Nope. That name is not allowed in my chat. So if you wonder why it got removed, that's why. What are you? I'm a human. Oh, thank you, pretty. Thank you, Freya. You're British? Hello, British. World Health Organization S8C. Are you old? 80 plus? I feel like it tonight. Removed for flooding chat. Yeah, Australian Capital Territory. Yeah, Harry B. Monster. Yeah, please, Jet Builder, go for it. Like and subscribe. Do you think... Yes, I do. Do not Amy and Lil Kim, don't remove that. Do you think the CV are harmful in any way? Absolutely, hell yes, I do. But that's my own personal opinion, and psychic information I saw long before we knew what the hell it was. And a lot of people saw that psychic download because I was on the phone. I was on a video phone call with 13, 14 other people. A lot of people on that call at the time. If I remember right, Amy was there too. I mean, hell, that was a major download. That was one of the strongest, biggest downloads I'd gotten at that point. Oh, I've got a zit coming on. Wasn't that fun? Anyway, sorry. Just unexpected. Anyway, nope, not going there. World Health Org S8C. Oh God, how many states have I been to? Holy F-balls. Well, I know it's more than 14. Because when I was 10 years old, 11 years old, I was in Tonga. 11 years old, I was in Tonga. 10 years old, I was in New York. Yeah. Okay. So 13, we drove across. My mom and her best friend drove me across. Well, it wasn't just me. They were tandem drivers. Anyway, however you want to call that. So when I was 10 years old, we drove from Washington State to New York. We went through 13 or 14 states, and I've been to more since then. So all I'm going to say is it's more than 14. It's less than 25. How's that? Been to Hawaii. Haven't been to Alaska, now that I think about it. And I can't fly domestic airline anymore. I have to fly private. You know how frickin' expensive that is? And how that... Oh, that's a whole nother subject. Whole nother frickin' subject. I've got too many allergies. A couple of them that are direly, like, life-threatening. So it's no longer safe for me to fly any kind of domestic airline travel. Totally frickin' sucks. There were places I really wanted to go last year. And found out I couldn't because it was going to cost me essentially 8 EpiPens and the potentiality for being on a flight and then ending up in the ER. So, no. It's either, and I don't even know if I can travel by train anymore. I used to do that. Yeah, I got another zit up there. Isn't that fun? I don't get those very often. Anyway, but that's... dispassionate observer, please tell me more about the heavy download before 2020. I was alone that year and was not warned and was warned not to take the shot. I'm sorry, my dyslexia kicked in. It's because I'm getting almost to the point of dangerously tired. Long and short of it is the download was almost 3 minutes, Amy. It was a long effing download, and it sent me into a psychic high. I don't know if I would call that my first psychic high, but it was really freaking intense. And I was shown who was doing it. It wasn't one country involved. It was everyone. This was psychic information. I have made this very public. And you'd have to go back in. If you want the full thing, you'd have to go back in and look for, it's either going to be listed as CV or The Shot or Spike. Because what I was being shown at the time, I didn't understand that it was the spike protein on computer screens. And I saw major military men in uniform from numerous different countries, different heads of state, different heads of countries. They all frickin' knew. They all knew. This was an agreed to thing, and boy, let me tell you, pissed me off no frickin' end. I didn't understand what I was seeing at the time. I could see some of the I have a hard time with this word. Some of the laboratory, God. I saw some of the computer tech, and then I saw like what I can only classify as petri dishes through a magnifying scope, microscope, excuse me, that is then projected onto not a TV screen, onto a computer screen. And what I didn't understand at the time was I had also seen images of a female, and I had seen the back images of a couple of males, but mostly it was the female. And I didn't recognize her until I saw her. God, what year was that? Until I saw her in 2021 in a news article where somebody was writing about the original scientist who had combined certain things together, and it was for a specific project. And when I saw the article, I read the article, and when I first saw her face, I was screaming. I was screaming my head off. Anyway, I'm about to lose battery, and it's time to go. It's 4:27 a.m. here, Pacific time. Amy, I'm so sorry. That means it's 5:27 or 6:27. I do apologize, my dear. Deeply apologize. Thank you for sticking it out with me so much. Not answering the job thing. What the hell? Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Dispassionate Observer. You're very welcome. 2 p.m. Europe time. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You guys are like 8. Well, London is like 8 hours. This is how I think of it, is 8 hours ahead of me. Go to France, that's another hour, and Italy is another 2 or 3 hours after that, I think. I think they're 10 hours ahead. So anyway, thank you everybody for coming and listening and for sticking around, asking questions. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Amy. Whoops, that's gotta go. Psychic download or disclosure of... No, it was a full psychic download. I am not an... Okay, I don't know what the hell that's going on about, but... I live near the Lake District. Why do I know that? Why do I know Lake District? Well, anyway, let it go, Nikki. Okay. Yeah, Amy, I was worried you were on the no-fly list for a moment. Allergies, I had never associated them with flying. Yeah, just an FYI, for those that don't know, if you have an allergy such as anaphylaxis, which is extremely dangerous, if not deadly for some people, I've got a few. And it makes it no longer safe for me to fly. Totally fucking sucks. Because it means, and I've done some research into this, it means that I have to fly private, and you can find those. Don't think that's what you meant. Yeah, I agree, Lauren. Some people in here are the reason shampoo bottles have directions on them. Yeah, the ones that are coming in as trolls. Yeah, I totally agree. Oh, yeah, I'm going to leave that. We're going to just leave that. Let it go. Yeah, bless. Yep. Okay, so anyway, if you have that kind of an allergen, yeah, Lauren, I figured I was pretty damn good. I'm just dead ass serious. Harry Tinker. Hello, Harry. No more of this crap stuff in my chat if you're going to stick around, all right? Anyway, God, my eyes are going green. Eesh. Green is good, but it means that I'm really not okay. Anyway, if you're doing fly stuff, like flying across the country, 5-hour flight, and you unexpectedly have an anaphylactic reaction, you best damn hope that you've got your EpiPen. And I got told I had to have 4 if I flew one way. So that means 8 EpiPens if I was lucky. And that means that you're paying for a seat on an airline. You're paying for the 8 EpiPens. And when you land, you're picked up by an ambulance and transported automatically to an ER. That's $1,000, if not a $2,000 bill right there. So not only are you out you're better off driving. Exactly. You're better off driving. You're better off finding a different way. Driving's not an option for me. So that means that, and there are private there are corporations who do private jets with up to like 6 people, I think. It's like 6 or 8 people or something like that on a flight. I would have to make a request of specific things in order to fly that. And that Yeah, that is crazy. But that's what it takes if I had to fly, and it was a very specific. I mean, I'd have to have my face geared up. We found out the hard way. Make sure you're not wearing certain kinds of creams because if you're wearing lotion, it seeps into the skin and you can have an anaphylactic reaction then, too. But at least now I know. The hard way, but now I know. So you're looking at possibly $2,000 in the hospital bill, let alone possibly $2,000 bill, a $1,500 to a $2,000 bill in an ambulance ride. Let's just add this up. Then you're looking at just in one travel, you're looking at 8 EpiPens, and 2 or 3 of them will run you, if you've got insurance, about $175 to $250 for the 3. So yeah, it can be not only life-threatening, but extremely expensive. So hello, I just subscribed. Hey, Harry. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I'm too tired. But that's what I wanted to say. That's what you have to be aware of. If you have allergies that are that severe, find an alternative measure of transportation. ST4R17G. Ha! I just subbed. Thank you. Scotty Bullard. Good morning. So, yeah. Oof. It's so sad to worry about paying for your health. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty... Okay, Harry. No more of that. You're damn lucky you're staying in the chat, Harry B. Monster. You don't get to call me that word. Not even as a joke. Okay. Share Bear. Okay. Now we're getting out of here. 49, 90, 98. My God, folks, thank you. Yep. Time to go, folks. Hang on. Gonna hear some buzzing. Okay, I need to read this because I won't be able to read it when I come back. K. Peters 6362. Hi, Nikki. Please, can you talk about maintaining spiritual hygiene as a human in another episode? Yeah, matter of fact, let's write that down. Okay, I'm going to hit mute because we got buzzing now. Okay, your question, K. Peters 6362, is written down. I will try to make sure that that's one of the first ones we talk about next week. Lauren Harrington, Nikki, oregano oil, black seed, and olive oil complex gel capsules, 6,000 milligrams, 2 a day. 90 days you'll be fine. Oh, I found that in the Sacred Scrolls of Egypt. Also, Big Farm Light in 1980. Yeah, trust me, I know about that. Yeah, I'm a great proponent of oregano oil, black seed, olive oil. Yeah, there's a bunch of things that I'm very much into. I'm into a lot of natural stuff, so I understand. Okay, oh, I left it on. Damn. Sorry. See, I'm too out of it. I want to get to the bottom and then we're done. No, I got called a C word. I don't remember who did it, but I'm not dealing with that. Thank you, Amy, about the chat rule. Thank you. K. Peters, what is oregano oil for? Do your own research. But from some of my research, it deals with infections, parasites, number of other things, but you need to do your own research on it. Requiem, this is not snake oil. If you can't handle being in the chat, then get out. Okay, I am finally at the bottom of the chat where everything is actually live now. Italian, you need to knock that shit off or you will be banned. We're not dealing with that. I'm tired. I've been doing this for 5 hours and 35 minutes. I'm coming off of here. Yeah, it's been over 5 hours, 5.5 hours. So, thank you for the questions. It's time to go for me. In the below the description box, there will be a comment section. If you have any more comments or questions for me, specifically questions for me, then I will make sure that I get them written down and put on my little post-it for next week. So there are some things. Hey, Cleo B1s. Wens. Okay. Love you, Nikki. So glad I found you. Oh, I'm glad. Please dance. Okay. Yeah, I can dance, but I ain't dancing. I'm too tired. Stand on my feet is gonna be interesting. Like a baked bean. Oh, that's shit. That's funny as crap, but that's just shit. Okay. AML Locksmith 3025. You're looking for a submissive? Wow. Wrong channel, hun. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I can't read that one out loud, Lauren, because if I read that out loud, I can be just... We had problems last week, so yeah, I can't read that one out loud about the warm water and cinnamon. Whoops. Hit a button. Okay, I'm leaving. That's... Oh, God. You guys. No, we're not doing that. Okay, good night, everybody. Have a good week. I hope you have a great Sunday. And I am anticipating being back next Saturday. I came on at 11 p.m. Pacific time tonight. I don't know if it's... or thereabouts. I don't know if I will be on at 10 or 11 next Saturday. It depends on my health. So in that way, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Good night, Lauren. Take very good care, everybody. Thanks for coming. Thank you for the likes. Please share this out if you think it was good to do that. Viral is always good. Although, even though I look like crap tonight. But, you know, hey, oh well. It is what it is. Anyhow, take good care. Bye, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for coming and listening. Bye, all.